Good tea. Nice house.
Hello and welcome. I am Anti-Derivative Jill, and this is Plomeek Teatime number 13. Today I'm here with Birdo Prey 5, Scotty R37, and Gorilla's Random Thoughts, and also Pleasant Valley Picker CA. Welcome, guys. How are you guys doing today?
Hello world, it's Birdo Prey 5, Kapla. Doing well, thank you, Jill.
You're welcome.
I'll be doing better at 5.
Okay, what happens at 5? You'll be clocked out, right?
Yeah, that's why I clock out.
Okay, well, thanks for joining us in the middle of your workday.
Yeah.
And, well, I don't even feel worthy for this kind of stream, but I love Gene Roddenberry. And, you know, I've done 48 videos so far, but none are as important to me or have made me feel more nervous than the first time I turned on my mic. We're here to celebrate what would be Gene Roddenberry's 101st birthday. And Gene's spirit stays alive when we continue to remember to respect and honor him and his creations that helped us think of the future in a more positive light. Because it's more difficult. Oh, yes. Go ahead.
I just want to say hi to you, Jill, and everybody on the panel.
Yeah. Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, yeah, of course.
I'm almost awake. I'm almost awake.
Are you?
Well, my insomnia luckily kicked in last night, so I didn't get to bed until about 3:30 in the morning.
Really? Okay.
So I've had 4 hours sleep, but I
usually
have my cup of tea here, so I shouldn't be too incoherent, hopefully.
Well, we're just here to celebrate Gene, so you should be good.
Yeah, it's been hard to believe.
Hopefully.
He's been gone 31 years now.
31 years, I know. Yeah, we lost Gene the same year my brother was born.
Reincarnation.
Yeah, well. Yeah, well, you know.
Has he shown any signs of creating a great hit TV show, or?
No, he actually is a software engineer like I am, but much
cool.
better at it.
Wow, that's really cool.
And
anyway, I won't monopolize the conversation this early. I'll wait till later.
Oh, right, of course, yes, that is appreciated. But you know, if you have anything you want to add, you're more than welcome to interrupt. And
I'll wait till everybody else gets chatting.
like I was saying, it's more difficult to create a utopia than a dystopia. So I'm grateful that he took on that challenge, and he did that because he loved humanity. He's meant so much to me for my entire adult life, only because that is when I began to really appreciate Star Trek. For more, look at my Cage interview where I detail my history watching Star Trek. Review, sorry. Though I know he, as a man, was so much more than the great bird of the galaxy. His show taught me how to deal more kindly with others, and that humanity is here to do great things if we can stop bickering about small stuff. So, even though Star Trek is set in a post-scarcity world, it has also taught me the value of work ethic, teamwork, and respect. It showed me by example instead of being preachy. I know that most of his ashes burnt up in the Earth's atmosphere, but somehow I like to pretend that some of him have escaped orbit and are just drifting away somewhere, exploring. And I also want to welcome to the chat and to the panel, Captain Time Lord Spock.
Hello, happy Rodden birthday.
Yes, happy Roddenberry Day.
Yep, happy Roddenberry Day for sure.
And so I guess go ahead.
I am excited to talk about Gene Roddenberry. I don't know. I might be the outlier though, because I like some of his more salacious background as well.
That is fine as long as we keep it honest.
Oh, it's gonna be respectful, absolutely, okay, because I have so much reverence for Gene Roddenberry. But there are some parts.
Well, you know, he would appreciate people looking at him as a real person, and that part of him is real too.
Yeah, actually, I agree with Scotty. When I was doing a few hours of pathetic research this week after getting home from work. It was quite a theme in Gene's life that he definitely did have a love of the ladies, shall we say?
Oh, absolutely, he did.
So I thought that might be one thing we could explore.
Yeah, sure.
Almost like a horny Mr. Rogers he was. Such a soft-spoken man. I listened to an interview from 1989, I think, and the interviewer is talking to him and asking him questions, and it gets a little uncomfortable because whenever he can steer the conversation into like sort of honest conversations about sex and sexuality, he has no qualms whatsoever talking about the beautiful shapes of a woman.
Well, I think he was a lusty man for sure.
Absolutely. Well, one of his non-Star Trek movies is a sex comedy starring Rock Hudson called Pretty Little Maids All in a Row.
Yes, I remember people talking about that one.
That's an interesting story of a gym teacher who sleeps with all of his students.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get that one produced today.
Well, that's part of what I meant when I said. That's part of what I meant when I said that Gene loves humanity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he loved the female part of humanity for sure.
Well, and I don't want to be completely derogatory because
I'm being silly, but I mean, of course, he was a great visionary as well. So.
Oh, of course, and I think it was his philosophy towards humanism that really inspired me in the cooperation and some of the restrictions that were put in during Star Trek: The Next Generation. I think actually made it a better show, although difficult and frustrating for the production, like the writing team, to adhere to. No interpersonal conflict. How do you make drama without interpersonal conflict?
He didn't exactly want no conflict. He wanted intellectual conflict. He wanted the conflict to stem from the puzzle solving, the diplomatic solving, and the technological solving. All of that, all of the real stuff. Focus on staying alive in space.
That said, though, I think the TOS was like that too. Really, I mean, it was mostly, intellectual. It wasn't like Spock and McCoy ever got down to it and had fisticuffs or anything. So.
No, they're so uncivilized. Well,
I mean, it was always sort of joking, banter, right?
Well, I mean, this side of paradise where Kirk had to beat up Spock to
Come on, On Fire Was Upon Me. That was a nice one.
Oh, that one too. Yeah, so it happened twice. And hello in the chat to Raymond Feliciano. He's listening and working while we're celebrating Gene Roddenberry. And
actually, no.
Yeah. And also, hello to LGG.
Hey, LGG.
Hey, Pickle.
Pickle.
I just thought of another theme, actually, the other day, guys. I looked up all the episodes that Roddenberry had actually had a hand in writing for Star Trek. The original series?
Yes.
The ones where he'd either done the story only or he'd actually done the teleplay. And there's like about 10 episodes, I think, in total for the original series. So I thought it might be interesting to talk about some of the themes in those episodes, if that might be an idea.
Well, sure.
Alrighty. I gotta drop out here, so it's good talking to you guys.
Do you have a second to just say what Gene Roddenberry means to you before you go?
Well,
ask everybody that eventually.
Well, if he hadn't given the idea for Star Trek there, even though like Gene Coon's the real underhero for Star Trek and all that, I wouldn't have started watching more and more Star Trek there, and actually started looking stuff up on YouTube where I met all you fine people.
Yeah, it was definitely a team effort. What it was, it stemmed from Gene, and he knew how to find people who could make his dreams come true. So that's true.
Yeah,
Gene Coon was one of those people. Thank you.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Star Trek, I wouldn't have met a lot of you guys.
Same here.
Yeah, same here.
It's great to meet you, Gorilla. Have a great day at work.
Yeah.
Not the mood my boss is in.
Uh-oh. Have a good day anyway.
Yeah, because we're down half the crew, so my boss ain't happy.
Uh-oh.
So,
Well,
all right,
to watch some Star Trek.
Yeah.
All right, we'll see you, everybody.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you. Bye.
I'll be listening, though.
Have a good day, sir.
Yeah, you have a good day.
And goodbye to Gorilla, and hello to Pop Culture Curator and the Basco Scenario. Bird of Prey sent me, and I have subbed. Keep the streams coming. You are doing great. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, speaking of great streams, I managed to finally watch all of the stream for The Cage last night. I finished watching it. That was, 3.5 hours?
Wow, you watched all of
bloody
it?
stream.
I didn't think anybody watched all of it.
Oh, I did. I watched it bit by bit, I think over a span of like 3 nights or something. But
nice.
that was a very interesting stream. You guys went into a lot of detail on that.
Yes, I tried to stuff as much in there as I could.
Yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. It's going to be good to continue that series. You're going to do the entire TOS, I'm assuming?
Yes. Yes, all of TOS, and I'm also doing the animated series on Pop Culture Curator's channel. He's in the chat here listening.
Right. Yeah, I remember hearing about that. Yeah.
But since you're talking here, would you like to talk about what Gene means to you?
Well, gee, gosh.
Oh, and hello, Topher and Hungry Boy is up late past his bedtime. Hello,
Hungry.
Okay.
I guess.
What are you doing up at this time, Hungry?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to be cliched in a way, I suppose, because Gene, kind of means, something to, something similar to so many people, but. I guess, as a kid first seeing the show, back in 1969, it was one of those eye-opening kind of experiences that made me think about possibilities that I'd never actually thought about before. It was like, wow, there's all these really talented people, working on this really advanced, intergalactic spaceship, facing challenges together and solving problems and, everybody's, they might not always get along, but they do have respect for one another. And, and especially when you consider 1966, when Roddenberry put this cast, this mixed, cast of different, cultures together on the bridge of the Enterprise. It was so much ahead of its time, to a kid. It meant quite a bit. But the funny thing was, I didn't even really think about it back then. Like it was just fun. He sort of put all the diversity into a fun show that was just basically entertaining and still got the the messages across, but it didn't hit you over the head ever. So, yeah, to me it was just he was. Yeah,
you just knew that's the way the future is going to be.
Yeah, he was just a great creative force, really. I mean, he was the one that kind of brought all the elements together and brought all the people together. Assembled his talented cast and crew, and told us great stories. So, I mean, that's basically what Roddenberry means to me, I suppose, at the core.
Yes, an incredible storyteller. Thank you, Leslie Picker.
You're welcome.
And what about you, Bird of Prey 5? What does Gene's life mean to you?
Uh-oh. Is he with us?
I guess I'll wait till he comes back.
Maybe he's,
I think he might be busy. Yeah. Okay, so Scotty R37, same question.
Same question on this hallowed of rotten birthdays. I remember when he passed away, and there was an interview with Patrick Stewart, and I'm not sure if it was just Patrick Stewart being an actor. It probably was, but they were really touching tribute to him.
Poopy.
By saying it was a weird feeling when Gene Roddenberry passed away because he felt the same sort of way as when his own father had passed away, and it was like, well, who's going to take care of me now in regards to the show and the character? Obviously not in a familial love or anything like that. And then also, it was really sort of touching to see Marina Sirtis talk about him as well, because Majel Barrett playing her mother on the show, and then Gene being there, It was like it kind of felt like the passing again. It's sort of a familial passing. So I just in terms of tribute to his passing away, I thought that was really touching. But
Nice.
as you mentioned, PvP, it is his vision, and he was, sort of collaborative, and he developed the stories for the future and the diversity. But it was his optimism and his hopefulness. It wasn't necessarily stamping his feet and saying this is the way people are. This is what people could be, with
Exactly.
cooperative and learning and ideals towards peace, and having shaken past intolerances and prejudices. And that is what really stuck with me. There's a lot of behind the scenes production tumult, and again, his sort of red light district of a personal life sometimes. But the core of his optimism and his faith in humanity was really what was inspiring, and I'm glad that sort of
Very true.
comes through in his storytelling.
I think you're right when you say that Gene built a family around him, and that's how people treat him.
Yeah, and that sort of interfamilial relationship is something that comes with good and bad. So there are people who will remember, horrible experiences on Star Trek the Motion Picture, or the way that he added lyrics to the original series so that he would get some sort of financial retribution, or not retribution, but he'd get financial compensation
Yeah.
for the theme. And so there are things like that where the businessman side of him, the realities of being just 20th
Wanting to
century
eat.
human.
How dare you want to eat, Gene?
Yeah.
So
Well,
what about?
somebody had to pay those bar tabs somehow, right? So
Oh, and Dalek451 says he's a little late to the party, but he's here. Oh no, you're not late at all. We just
Hey, Dalek.
started. And hello,
Now you hear the
Natasha.
party started, darling.
Yeah, it's not a party until Dalek shows up.
I
Hello in
think
the chat. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Scotty's point is well taken, though. I mean, it's like Gene was a multidimensional fellow. I mean, he had his visionary, positive, the future could be great if we all, could, get our act together and, work together
His
and
only way
cooperate.
he was as multidimensional as some of the creatures that appeared on the bridge
Pretty much.
of the Enterprise.
Pretty much. But I mean, he had his, his other sides too, right? I mean, he had his, personal side where, he was kind of infamous for the ladies' man stuff, and he was not this perfect, heroic figure. He was, definitely, a multifaceted human being, like most of us are, right?
Well, I definitely wouldn't say he was perfect, but I would say he was a hero. And
well,
I think
yeah.
he just enjoyed his work.
His
Yeah.
vision was heroic for sure.
James Caserta says Gene Roddenberry did something no one has done before or since. It was mystical. He is Star Trek. And hello also to Lenrod. Happy Gene Roddenberry Day. And Bird of Prey 5, it sounds like you're back.
Yeah, honestly, I was just listening. I forgot I should be talking.
Oh, well, you don't have to talk much. You can just listen, but
Gene
Can't happen.
just strikes me as somebody who really enjoyed what he was doing. And he did that both in what he did and how he went about doing it. And, it was different times. So, some of the things would be problematic today. But from what I read, like especially Nichelle, she didn't have a bad word to say about the guy. Even if they were having an affair. They were adults. That's what they wanted to do.
Mm-hmm. They were adults, indeed. Thank you.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
and
one
Sorry.
word that comes to mind when I think about Gene Roddenberry is driven. He was a very driven man. Once he got on his course and figured out what he really wanted to do. I mean, you look at his early life, and it's kind of all over the map, right? I mean, he's in the armed forces. He's a police officer. He's a TV writer, getting whatever jobs he can get. And then once he figured out how to make Star Trek actually work and become an entity that could go someplace, it was like that was his mission for the rest of his life, right?
And he actually became a police officer specifically to become a writer because someone told him you need to be on the streets and figure out what life is really like.
Yeah.
And so he's like, okay,
I
I'll do
agree.
that.
I read that about him too. Yeah, that he actually did that to enhance his writing skills.
Hmm. And so I also wanted to ask you, Captain Time Lord Spock, what Gene's life means to you.
Definitely, even before Star Wars, there was Star Trek on the TV. So Kirk was my first captain. Spock was my first officer. So I guess it's the aforementioned qualities that Gene brought through his vision. An egalitarian future, if I can even say it. More brotherhood and sisterhood. Less squabbling. Sounds good. Plus, like so many people, that watched Star Trek and thought of a career that saw Kirk, Spock, McCoy, Uhura. Indeed, I looked at that crew. I looked at Uhura, and I thought, one day I'm going to photograph cosplay models. And thanks to Gene, that dream has come true.
Well, you joke about that,
wanted.
but that's exactly right. He inspired a lot of people to go into the sciences and to be astronauts and scientists and engineers and
that stuff too.
communications specialists. I don't know.
iPad inventors.
I definitely tribute Scotty with one of my decisions to be an engineer.
Right.
Yeah.
That's great.
My dad had a business where he would he had a route of video games, stand up like Pac-Mans and Galagas and Street Fighters. So our garage was full of circuit boards and soldering irons and all types of stuff because he'd have to do repairs and things, coin mechanisms. And so between that and Scotty, that pretty much pushed me to being an engineer.
It cultivated your life path. That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Oh, and so you had
That's
the hands-on, experience, and then inspiration from Star Trek. That was really beautiful.
Yeah, Bird of Prey's point is such a good point. I mean, I can't imagine how many. It must have been like hundreds of thousands of people at least that were inspired to go in the careers that they're in. From watching the show, right?
Well,
I would certainly bet hundreds of thousands across the world, if not more.
It may be millions. I mean, it's incalculable.
Still
really,
happening.
I guess,
It's still going on.
and it will continue, right? That's the beauty of because the show still gets rerun everywhere, every day. Somebody's watching it, so it's got quite a legacy.
It sure does. And hello in the chat to Phantom Boomer. He says, I'm old enough to have watched OG Trek in its first run. It seemed to me a validation of science fiction nerddom. Finally, serious science fiction for the general public. Yes, that's right. It brought the ideas from real science fiction literature to the TV because you had authors of real science fiction novels writing stories for TV that were turned into teleplays.
Yeah, that was the one key thing about TOS, really. It was the first serious science fiction series on TV. I mean, there was really nothing before it called serious science fiction, right? I mean,
we had Twilight Zone.
Well, yeah, but that wasn't always science fiction. That could be like horror or, fantasy or,
Pretty sure some of those stories were real.
It varied from week to week, even though it did have some.
What was different is we had Outer Limits and we had Twilight Zone, but the difference is that Star Trek was the first serious science fiction to be with serialized characters, the same ones that we saw every week.
Yeah, it was the first one taking place on a starship, week to week, where we had a consistent crew. It wasn't like, a serial type of thing like Twilight Zone where you'd have a different story and different cast every week, right?
Yeah, the Twilight Zone was anthology.
Exactly, yeah.
And Star Trek was episodic.
Yeah, and it was the seriousness, the show took itself seriously enough where you could buy into it having a reality, right? Mm-hmm. Whereas shows like, for instance, take a show like Lost in Space that I think started 1 year before Star Trek did. I think 1965 it started. I mean, you look back at that show now, and as much fun as it might be, it's pretty, goofy stuff a lot of the time, right?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
pretty hard to see it as anything realistic, for the future. It's more of a fantasy than a science fiction
Yeah,
show, really.
fantasy sitcom.
Yeah. Though I did love Lost in Space. I mean, I love the special effects, but the one downfall on that show is the monsters. The aliens were just so badly done. It always took me out of the story.
Hmm. And hello in the chat to Darius Munchausen. I actually haven't seen
Right.
Lost in Space yet. It's on my list.
Oh, you haven't seen it? Oh, you got to definitely watch it.
Yeah, it's up there. Everything sci-fi I'm going to see.
Especially season 1, Jill. Season 1, though it's in black and white, it's probably the best of the 3 seasons because the stories are a little more serious. They're a little more sci-fi, and there's actually some really some really good episodes in season 1.
All right, cool. And hello also in the chat to Darius Munchausen. Always awesome to see you around. And James Caserta says, Gene Roddenberry will be remembered in 1,000,000 years, while all of his critics won't. Amen to that. As long as, we're still here, we will remember him.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a minute. I'm just going to go get some more tea, guys.
Great. Raymond Feliciano says, Voyage to the bottom of the sea before it became the monster of the week. It was also the longest run sci-fi series at the time. And Lost Space is James Caserta's new thing.
Oh, wow. I've only seen Lost in Space in passing, and so I'm not familiar with the ins and outs of it. But if I remember correctly, and I could be wrong, someone tell me I am, the first season was actually Lost in Space, where they would go from planet to planet and they were looking for a way home kind of thing. And then after that, they ended up just being on one planet, and it was more like Gilligan's Island.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly. I could be misremembering it.
Well, I never saw the original Lost in Space, but the Netflix remake of 3 seasons, which isn't terrible, especially the second and third season, is similar to that. They find a place eventually, and not as much jumping around.
Yeah, and they settle. All right. Yeah, because they want to make a home. That's the human tendency, is to want to build a life and not, just be wandering forever.
It's honestly what Voyager should have done.
All right. Well, yeah.
Especially when
Red
they came
Dwarf-
across the human planet.
Red Dwarf didn't settle either. They always had the mission to go home.
Me. Sorry.
So not only is this Gene Roddenberry's birthday, but it is also my first year anniversary of being on YouTube. But not my. Thank you.
Happy
my
anniversary.
Yeah, thanks. Not my channel, but just speaking on YouTube in general. And I don't include it in the title because for me, today and my YouTube history is all about Gene Roddenberry, because it all started when I discovered Saturday Night Star Trek on the Clobbering Times channel. I discovered that they were taking on the mammoth task of reviewing all of real Star Trek from 1966 to 2005 every Saturday at 9 p.m. Central. And at that time, Clobby and Raquel were in the middle of reviewing the animated series, and I was captivated by both of them and their love for the series. I started participating slowly until I was submitting my own written reviews for the episodes that they would read out loud for us in the stream, and which is basically the basis for the show. Everybody gives their reviews, or they just listen, and lurkers are also welcome. And I have no idea what I said in the chat exactly to deserve the honor that Clobby gave me, but he invited me to his Global Geeking, which he used to have on Thursday in the middle of the afternoon, and to celebrate Gene Roddenberry's 100th birthday. So he had the big 100th birthday, and if you ever want to see it, it's the second video in that shows up at the bottom of my appearances playlist. And I don't know why he asked me to be on. Maybe I had the right spirit and enthusiasm, just my words. But I'm sure I mentioned that I wished I had discovered them when they were still reviewing TOS.
Back.
So, yeah, which is a sentiment I'll repeat forever, which is probably why I started a review show of my own just recently about it.
Yeah. I have to agree, Jill. I wish I discovered them when they were doing the original series too. Gee, I would have loved to give them reviews on that.
Right?
Because that's always going to be my real Star Trek love is the first series.
I think that's what inspires it every time.
Yeah, it's just something about the original series that it's like a lot of, vintage culture. It just continues to get better and better, Somehow it's aging like a fine wine, It just never gets old, really.
I agree. And hello in the chat to Tokyo Trekker. Hello there.
Tokyo Trekker was in another stream.
Yeah. Oh, and Hungry Boy says, "Hurrah! Then it's Jill Day too." No, yeah. See, that's why I didn't put it in the title because it's not my day. I'm here because of Gene. I'm here on YouTube because of Gene Roddenberry.
We all are.
Anyway, because I'm an introvert, I have a friend named Cardinal Sin, or his channel is named Cardinal Sin. His name is Gil. And I'm an introvert, so he kept asking me to be on his show, and I was like, no, nobody wants to hear what I have to say. But when Clobby asked me, I probably would have said no too, but it was for Gene Roddenberry, so I couldn't say no.
But that's so great, Jill. Just that to be celebrating the 101st birthday, but it's also your anniversary as well. What more pure of an inspiration do you need? Like that's so fantastic that you're here, not just in the general sense of if it weren't for Star Trek and bringing together the community, which is true for all of us, I think. But not only that, but directly inspired you to discuss how he impacted you. And so there's no greater tribute, I think.
Thank you. Yeah,
I think
agree.
it's really great too that people like Clobby and Cardinal Sin, sort of drew you out of your shell, so to speak, Jill.
Exactly what happened. Yes.
So you would create this awesome channel that we can all be on when we get the invite, which is awesome, of course, and sit here and chat and discuss things we really enjoy. It's
that's great. That's another thing. I didn't think anybody else would want to talk to me, but here I am with the panel of some really great people.
Of course we want to talk to you. You're an interesting person. I mean, you're fun.
Yeah. And so what happened was I agreed to be on Clobby's stream, and I wanted to test out my ability to go live at all. So I finally said yes to Cardinal Sin, who just happened to have one of his midnight to midnight shows. That was that's one of his shows where he goes all night.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. So he can go anywhere from just 3 hours to 16 hours. It just depends.
My.
Just depends on how he's feeling and how drunk he gets. But I'm just kidding. He doesn't get that drunk.
Yeah, if you went 16 hours, you could probably get pretty hammered. Oh my.
So, and that was a lot of fun. So I realized I was okay with being on.
I need to go check some
mic.
of those out.
Yeah, and it's a good time. And here's just my very first day was Gene's birthday, since the midnight to midnight stream happens at midnight. And then later on his birthday, I was on Clobby's show talking about Gene Roddenberry, and here's a little clip from that. I talked about so happy 101st birthday, Gene Roddenberry. Here's the first time I ever talked about you on YouTube.
Yay.
I believe, Jill, you had something you wanted to cover. Is that you?
Yes, I do. I have something I want to cover about Oatmeal comic that was written. So there's this artist. He makes comics called The Oatmeal, And my favorite thing that he did was he created one about Gene Roddenberry.
Oh, okay, that's right. You showed me that one.
Yeah, yeah. But to save from copyright, I won't be showing it. But it has a lot of heart in it. Yeah, even though if you research this event, it may be different depending on where you look it up. But it's about Gene after the war when he became a commercial co-pilot, and this plane was going to crash, and he was dead manning it or something. And when his crew directed him,
dead sticking.
Dead sticking.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I
Dead
forget.
stick, yep.
I'm not a pilot or anything.
I'm going to put the link up in a second.
When his crew directed him to comfort the passengers, make sure they're all buckled up and stuff, and he tried to tell them that it'd be okay. I'm not sure if he believed that or not, but he did manage to get everybody situated, and it did crash in the desert, and there were a few who survived. And even though he had broken ribs, he and the crew worked hard. They worked together to get them all out, or at least as many as they could. There were many who perished, but no one was there to. Well, I guess there were some locals there that helped a bit, that he had to make friends with, even though he couldn't speak their language. And eventually they found this village with the radio. And after this experience was when he decided to do something else with his life and made Star Trek. And Oatmeal says his purpose for telling this story is to remind you that our journeys are short. And this is his quote. Roddenberry saw life's ephemeral nature lit up against a backdrop of the stars. He saw that we were all passengers pitching downward into the night. He saw that we were all helpless, so get up and help someone. But then I listened to an interview with Roddenberry himself, and he has a quote about it too. And he says, "There really is no such thing as bravery. We humans are capable of all sorts of things, given the circumstances. I was trapped into doing certain things, being the surviving officer of that crew. There was no bravery involved. You just do what you have to do. And all humans are capable of that."
They are.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Spoken like a truly brave individual.
He won an
Yeah, not
aviation
taking
award
credit.
for that as well. He won a Heroes Award for what he did on that day.
Yeah.
It's interesting that Jill brings that up. We lost somebody. But it's interesting that you bring that up, Jill, because the two gentlemen that the gentleman we're celebrating today and all month on this show, Jack Kirby, both of them served in that war with distinction and heroism, and they can say they're not brave all along. They were to be doing that, and so again, two great creators.
And that's it.
That was a very, very interesting story. I never heard that about Gene before. Wow.
The plane crash story?
Yeah, I never heard that one. Somehow I missed that. But wow, that's an amazing story, Jill. Wow.
Yes, when I heard that story and that was the catalyst for him changing his life path, I knew that was what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, well, I guess when you almost die in a plane crash, it could definitely be a life-altering experience.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but safer to be in a room with a typewriter writing stories than flying a plane.
But also, it felt to me like his experience helping those people in that crash, and then having to talk to the locals who couldn't understand, felt like a Star Trek episode in and of itself. And he was the captain, even though he wasn't the captain.
I think it definitely might have put the seed of the idea in his mind. Those kind of experiences for sure.
Well, and
It
that's
certainly sounds like after that incident, he could understand having like the Federation going around trying to help people. And, it feels like a TOS episode.
And also understanding the responsibility of what it means to be in a position of authority to help people, right?
Yeah, he was Go ahead.
Well, and not only that, but also like Gene has sort of outlined Starfleet as being a pseudo-military organization, not so much a military, more exploratory.
Definitely,
but I can see how you would get that, off of working for a commercial airline, where there is a rank structure, and there is, an order of operations for everything, but it's not a military. It just has that sort of framing.
But it's got to have the discipline of the structure and the hierarchy of command. Otherwise, it can't function, right?
Right, exactly. Because they still have to take care of people who are just basically flying around in a tin can.
That's basically the problem with all the new. I hate to mention it, but the new fake Trek. That's the problem. It doesn't have that kind of structure.
Yeah. All Gene really wanted out of people who make Star Trek is for it to just be Star Trek. But yeah, no, you're right. The new stuff really completely ignores that. They don't have a military consultant. They have a science consultant, but they just email her when they want some really big words to put in their episodes. And the only thing, the only thing that Kurtzman tries to do is the diversity, but he even gets that wrong because he makes it segregated and discriminatory. So what is even the point of him trying?
Yeah, and it's kind of hit you over the head. You should be thinking like us, kind of diversity, right? Which is not diversity at all.
Yeah, and like Captain Time Lord Spock said earlier, Star Trek is supposed to be an egalitarian society where everyone's treated the same, regardless of what they look like.
And everybody's there based on the merits of their abilities, right?
Yeah, so I don't think that's why I say real Star Trek is from 1966 to 2005, and I'm not sure that we'll get Star Trek again until Secret Hideout lets it go.
Yeah, probably not.
And I also wanted to say hi in the chat. Hello to JPRPH1. Hello.
Howdy.
Yeah, that's Jiffer.
And Dalek says, Dalek had a stream yesterday that I missed out on. He says, I finally realized today there's no way I can stream for that long. 3 hours is my limit. My streams are usually around 3 hours too, Dalek. There's nothing wrong with that. That's all good. And hello in the chat also to Matt G. Matt G. And Polybeater Gamer. Hello. So it is a wonderful idea. I just love Clobby and Raquel for helping me get started here. And their reviews are so great. I love that they collect the reviews from the chat and read them out loud. And that's why I'm still participating in that show today. Right now we're on Deep Space Nine. And this Saturday we'll have the series wrap-up. And I'm actually usually invited to the panel with Lord Thoth and Mark D with the C for those parties. Again, I still don't know why, but I'm super excited every time a season ends and I get to be on the show.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
How did you
That's
guys
great.
get to the season end of Deep Space Nine when 1 year ago you were on TOS?
Yeah, no, because they don't do one episode per show. They do 4 episodes per show. That's why we get there a little faster, Bird.
Wow.
But this time it's only, 3, I think, and then the wrap-up?
Yes, 3 of them. 3 episodes.
I've still got to watch the episodes and actually, do my reviews. I haven't even started those yet.
Well, if you're on my Twitter, you follow my Twitter, I'll be posting a Cosme link on Saturday morning. And I'll be watching. I don't
have Twitter. Can you email me a link, Jill?
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll email it to you. That's what I did last time. I forgot.
Yeah, last Saturday you emailed me a link and we watched those episodes. It was fun.
Great. Sweet.
Always fun to watch together, and then we can chat in the chat window thing.
Yeah, that was mostly for me because I tend to procrastinate and do everything last minute. So this way, I'm forced to sit there and watch the episodes back to back.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of cut from the same cloth. I have a bad habit of putting things off.
Yeah, I'm a huge procrastinator, but I get it done in the end.
No, that was good. If you want to send me a link, tomorrow, that would be awesome, and watch those 3 episodes.
Anybody's welcome. And it's becoming a tradition of mine to shout out Raquel's stories.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now
I'm
that
looking forward to her hardbound. She's going to have a book version.
Wait.
Once she has the book version, I'm definitely going to look into getting a copy of that one.
Well, I have read some of them, and I can corroborate that they are very much like the Twilight Zone. They explore science fiction concepts that are presented in a way that are both relevant and timeless, I believe. And they're
There's
very yes. Oh, and welcome to the panel, Dalek 451.
Hey,
How are
Alec.
you doing today?
Ahoy, Dalek.
I'm feeling better. Feeling better than I was last night, Jill.
Oh, that's good. No, I'm sure it was a great stream. You never know. You had I didn't really get to watch it, but I did see that you had a good panel and everything. I thought everything was going well, so I thought I could wait until Clobby's was over so I could go over and say hi after. But I didn't realize it was going to end. So it's okay. There's no problem with having a 3-hour stream. That is pretty long. A lot of people don't go that long.
Well, it wasn't just the timing. It was other things that happened during the stream as well. But I don't want to go into that.
Okay, you don't have to. I didn't listen to it yet, but it's on my watch later list. So I guess I'll find out. But you're doing okay now.
Yeah, I'm better. I'm better. I'm a lot better now.
Oh, that's good. So here today, I asked everybody what Jane's life means to them. So I was wondering if you wanted to say a little something about Jane.
Well, I'm not sure what I can really say, really. I mean, except for, I suppose, but it's thanks to him that I got introduced to what was probably my first major piece of science fiction, which was of course Star Trek: The Next Generation. So, and if it wasn't for him creating the original series, there wouldn't have been a TNG. So
right,
so,
exactly. And he had a hand in creating TNG too, a big one, creating this Bible, the writer's Bible for it. And yes, that's true.
Yeah. So yeah. I suppose you can say, yeah. I can. It's thanks to him I was really introduced to science fiction.
I think that's true for a lot of us. For me, it was Twilight Zone first, but yeah, Star Trek became something very important to me when I finally sat down to watch it.
Well,
and even with
TOS was first for me.
Well, and just in the comparison of real Trek and reboot Trek, I think one of the things that sort of inspired me through Gene's creation was, I know it's pushed people forward going into sciences and such, but it really sort of spoke to me about professionalism. And while I may not always live up to the ideals of seeing like the crew of the Enterprise doing their job, like, and being very professional and respectful with one another, that carried over, or at least I try and carry it over into my professional life. And that's just a basic inspiration without even getting into the science and technology aspects of it. So even just the way to conduct yourself as an adult, and reading like the original series Bible and outlining what it was that all the characters were going to do and how they were going to interact with one another. It's obvious that that's just been thrown out the window when it comes to the new stuff. They'd much rather have Cry in space. Nobody does their job in the new Star Trek. I don't understand it.
Well, yeah, that's the wonderful thing about it was the work ethic and the teamwork and how they had their mission, and sometimes that mission was thrown awry by something, but they always pulled together to figure it out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's all. It's so easy to make Star Trek that it's just ridiculous that they don't.
Yeah, I think the new fake Trek shows, I mean, seriously, if they came up against a real adversary, they'd be dead in about 5 minutes, because they'd be all running around crying and screaming, and nobody would be doing their job.
Yeah. And I was in the middle of, well, when we got we got Dalek here. I was in the middle of promoting Raquel's stories, and I wanted to finish. Oh wait, I'm sorry, Dalek. Go ahead.
But you know what? I bet the boys off Red Dwarf could do a better job than those clowns ever could.
Oh, no kidding. That is totally true. I mean, it was a funny show, but when it got down to it, when they had to, they also cared about each other mostly, except for Rimmer.
Yeah, they did, absolutely.
Well, even Rimmer, though, is a bit of a douche. I mean, he still kind of had his moments when he'd, suck it up and actually help, the other crew, right?
Exactly.
I know.
You as much of like you said, as a douche as Rimmer was, and is allowed much of a egotist and a loudmouth he could be. He was reliable when you needed him.
Yeah, when the crap hit the fan, he was usually there to help out.
Yeah,
so to
he
speak.
was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Rimmer,
right. They were a better crew, for sure. Well, that's why it's such a good show.
Rimmer was kind of there for comedy relief too, right? I mean, he was kind of the butt of the joke a lot of the time.
They were a bunch of goofballs lost in space, but when it came down to it, they could come together and be a pretty decent crew.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, especially when they were stuck on the Starbug and they lost Red Dwarf. That's when it really felt like a true.
Yeah,
they were closer together, and they had to.
Yeah, throughout season 6, we saw them doing a good job, really working together while they were crewing the Starbug when after they lost Red Dwarf. Yeah,
we're gonna have to change to the red bulb.
Oh, you remember that, sir? Are you sure, sir? It does mean changing the bulb.
Yeah, when you think about it, Red Dwarf was very, very Star Trek-like. They were like a crew that worked together to, survive and solve problems, when needed. And yeah, they were very Star Trek-like. I think Red Dwarf definitely had an element of Star Trek in it.
Absolutely. And
yeah.
And it was it wasn't just a comedy in space. Sometimes it was science fantasy, sometimes it was science fiction. It had a good mix.
Yeah,
and it worked.
I mean, it
and
definitely
it was a comedy too.
Yeah, of course it was a comedy, and it definitely was science. Yeah, some parts of it were science fantasy, as you say, Jill. But unlike what you get today with science fantasy, they had those. Even the science fantasy parts worked because they made the comedy that much funnier.
Yeah, yeah, it did. You're right. It really did. Anyway, I was in the middle of talking about Raquel's stories. They're very good, and they are also sometimes very creepy and scary science fiction. For someone who actually says she's not into normal horror, but she does make the distinction that she loves Edgar Allan Poe and Gothic horror, so that's why. So
Poe's pretty cool.
Yeah, some tea time soon. I'll give a more comprehensive non-spoiler review for all of her work. And but in the meantime, I'll play her little promo for her stories.
Little.
Here we go.
Yeah, and those are some good stories. Check them out on Amazon and read them. There's some good stuff there.
Absolutely, I will do.
Yeah,
Yes.
as soon as the paperback or whatever comes out, I'm going to try and grab a copy of that.
Gary Spunchhausen says Red Dwarf would take time to explain their ridiculous science to set up a premise.
Yeah, They would definitely, absolutely.
Well, that was the thing with Red Dwarf. No matter how goofy and crazy the comedy in the episode was, there'd always be some kind of logic to the storyline in it where it made sense.
Yeah.
You know, it was a really well-written show. You know, at least most of the episodes I can remember. You know, they're believable in some way, even though
it got a bit. It did get I think the least good season of Red Dwarf was easily season 8, but
I don't know if I've seen some of the later seasons yet. I probably missed a few. So I've heard criticism about some of the later seasons, though.
Yeah.
Well, didn't the two writers, there was Naylor and what were the two guys that wrote that?
I think Doug. I think it's
Doug
either Doug or Grant Naylor. Yeah,
Grant Naylor, something like that. And they had a falling out apparently, and one of them left. I think the writing team. So.
Yeah, Doug Naylor and something Grant. Yeah.
Grant, right.
So Doug Naylor and another guy. Yeah.
I think that hurt the show when they kind of split up as a team because.
Well, I don't remember what season it was, but I actually stopped watching Red Dwarf when it became an hour-long episode and they took out the laugh track. And normally I hate laugh tracks, but it was actually part of the show. And
sometimes laugh tracks can work, though.
yeah, I know, right?
Yeah,
they can.
Yeah, the laugh track was a big part of the show.
I've never minded laugh tracks, actually. I guess I grew up with them, though. You know, back in the 70s, it was like every comedy had them.
Yeah, I mean, and even worse.
Wait, what, Captain?
Uh-oh.
You're roboting a bit.
Is your mic cutting out?
Uh-oh. Stand by.
James Caserta says, I like when people criticize TOS and the Twilight Zone and Beethoven. We do.
It's always it's always nice to find out when people are wrong.
TOS and Twilight Zone will be around as long as Beethoven, I'm pretty sure.
How are you doing, Captain? You better now?
Darvik, move us out of the asteroid field so we can send Jill a clearer transmission. Yes, I think we're fine now, thank you.
Yeah, great. Good job. Good job, Savik. Thank you for your service.
Darvik. Achtung.
Tokyo Trekker says PvP. That's why Pike got clobbered by the Romulans. Oh, he deleted that, but I said it anyway.
Okay,
that wasn't actually Pike.
I'm not actually getting that reference, but oh well.
Oh, no, it was the last episode of what Clobby calls Strange Nude Worms.
I have not seen any of that crap, so I have no idea.
No, don't watch it. Please don't.
I don't intend to.
They completely...
Well, for one thing, I'd have to get like Disney Plus or whatever the hell it's on here in Canada, and there's no way I'm paying money to those scoundrels. So
Balance of Terror just as much as they possibly can.
She-Hulk.
You're still breaking up there.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, that's impossible.
If you're talking about the latest Star Trek season, no, that's not on Disney Plus.
I think it is in Canada.
Yeah, in different
No, what?
No,
I mean, I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into it, but I think
you're right. It's not. Disney does not carry Star Trek. It is only on Paramount Plus, and Paramount Plus has decided the world doesn't.
I don't even know if we have Paramount Plus here in Canada. Actually,
we have.
In Ontario, at least, we get it on Crave.
Okay, so there are alternatives for
I've heard of Crave. Okay, so I don't have Crave either.
So. No, fair enough. But you don't need it.
Believe it or not, we get
right. Just get
Plus
your
over here now.
Blu-rays.
It doesn't matter where it's on, though. I have no interest in watching it anyway. So.
Darius says strangled nude worms. Oh yeah, he corrected me. Strangled is the part I missed out on.
Strangled nude worms. I don't want to give more airtime to something that doesn't deserve it. But
let's not talk about that stuff when we're talking about Gene.
Yeah, I was just so afraid when they were going to start just doing bad cover songs of old series episodes, and I was holding out hope amongst hopes that they wouldn't, and they did. And that's when I just sort of threw my remote control at the television and decided I would never watch television again.
Oh, so that's why your television is on the fritz.
That's it.
I never
I
hardly
got it.
put my TV on. There's nothing on there I want to watch. Quite frankly, YouTube is far more interesting.
True.
Same story where I am. Just can't give a, just do not give a crap about regular TV anymore.
Darius in the chat says, "Bad cover songs." Wants to sing.
It's been a long road getting from there to here. That's all you get.
Okay, thank you. That's plenty. That's plenty.
Well, and then just going back to Gene and the influences, not just from Star Trek, but as you guys were saying, like with Red Dwarf, there were so many that were influenced, as Captain said, before Star Wars. There was Star Trek, and a lot of the science fiction, televised science fiction that came after that, were directly influenced. We wouldn't have things like the Orville or Galaxy Quest. You could argue to a certain extent, like Babylon 5 and those kinds of things.
If you took, hey, oh, by the way, Jill, you said there was an episode of Red Dwarf which was like an hour long and had no laugh track.
Yeah, well, a whole season of it, I think.
Oh, no.
There are 6 episodes.
No. I don't think there was this. I don't think there was a whole season of Red Dwarf which didn't have the laugh track. But I'll tell you what I'll tell you what didn't have it. There was this when they first bought Red Dwarf back after the original series ended, and they brought it back in like 2009. There was this special, this like almost movie-like special called Back to Earth.
I remember that.
There was no, and
I think I was watching a movie and it just didn't feel like a movie, so I was confused.
I think you were watching.
It's possible.
You may have been
they
watching that
did have
special.
that special. I remember that now.
Yeah, oh my god, that special was awful.
Oh yeah, I was. Okay, so then that's what I was watching. I didn't like it at all.
That's probably it, because I remember seeing it and it kind of sucked too.
Red Dwarf because I thought it was an episode that
I'd never seen.
I thought I was gonna get more of that. But I'm doing a restart. I'm doing a rewatch now.
I was obsessed with Red Dwarf back then, and I couldn't build. And I was so excited when they were finally bringing it back after all those years off the air, and then that's what they bring it back with. It was like, what the hell?
Okay.
Yeah, it was a big letdown. I remember now thinking about it.
I'm doing a rewatch.
Having them visit Coronation Street, for crying out loud.
Actually, I'd love to see Crichton on Coronation Street.
I'm doing a rewatch right now, and I'm on season 6. So, and it's great, and I love it. So,
and you'll probably get to it
when
not
I
too far
encounter
away,
that
then.
movie again. I'll push onward because I know they're still making Red Dwarf today. So I want to get to the new stuff. I'm excited for that.
Wait till you get to some of the much proper newer stuff, Jill. You will love it. It is amazing.
Mm-hmm. So back to Star Trek. In 2016, I went to my first Star Trek convention in Las Vegas. It was the 50th anniversary for Star Trek. I loved seeing all the cosplays, taking pictures with the actors, and they had a lot of fun backdrops. Like they actually had a physical Guardian of Forever. You could jump through.
Oh, cool! You.
It didn't take you back in time or anything, but it was wonderful.
Must have been cool though.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, super cool. And of course, they also had the Bridge of the Enterprise, which was a little more guarded, naturally. However, the best part of this event were the other fans. And not only did many of them have great cosplay, but they're also really great company. I felt more comfortable at a Star Trek convention than I ever have around anybody.
That must have been so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the only convention I ever went to was when I saw Shatner and Nimoy, and I've already told that story about how disappointing it was getting their autographs,
No.
if you remember.
Sorry to hear about that. Yeah, no.
But I mean, the
Yeah.
rest of the convention was great.
Who?
Like when they were on the stage, it was awesome. But yeah, it was not a well-run convention, unfortunately.
Yeah, who ran that convention? Because
It
Creation
was
ran the one I went to.
it was Creation. It was
It was
Creation
Creation?
Con. I think
Wow.
it was actually, but I think since it was in Vancouver up here in Canada, maybe they hadn't had a lot of experience with cons
Yeah, and it
in
also depends on
Vancouver.
who volunteers for it too.
Yeah, I think they hired some kind of security for him that didn't have a clue about fandom,
Hmm.
and they just thought we were all a bunch of weirdos.
That's a
So
shame.
they were just like paranoid about protecting the the quote big stars kind of syndrome. So
Yeah, that's heartbreaking to hear when someone spends the time to drive somewhere to go to a convention and
I
the
actually
people
flew
running
there.
it don't really
I
respect
flew there
the people
from
who
where
are
I
spending their
am.
money on them.
Yeah,
That's
it's
bad
like
customer
150
service.
bucks. But still, I'm glad I
Oh,
got to
I will
meet
not
them.
tell
And
you what I spent on this. I got seats that were kind of close, but not right in the front. But I did spend some money because I was like, I'm probably not gonna come back. And then I went back
yeah,
the next year.
well, those cons aren't cheap, that's for sure. I mean, they are a
No,
money machine.
no, yeah, they got some of mine for sure. And but it was the fans that were way more fun. The panels were great. Shatner's panel was the best. He he's a great entertainer every time.
He definitely was when I saw him too. Him and Nimoy were a laugh riot on stage together. I mean,
Mhm.
I'm sure they had their falling out maybe towards the end of Nimoy's life, but you wouldn't have known it back in the '90s because they were just like great buddies on stage. It was really, really awesome to hear them talk about all their days, working together on the series and the movies, and it was really great fun.
I wish I could have gone when Nutter Nimoy was around. That would have been wonderful.
Yeah, he was awesome. Like as I say, when they were up there on the stage for like an hour chatting, and they were taking questions from the fans too, which was really cool, right?
But of course, yes,
And
that's a,
Shatner, how he jokes with the fans, how he kind of gets a little testy, like puts on that act where it's like, I don't understand your question, or whatever, he's having fun with
yeah, he's
people, but
teasing. Yeah,
exactly,
he always teases and he plays pranks and everything.
exactly, he's a real fun guy, I think.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, he's great. He's wonderful. I
So
love
yeah,
him.
I have good memories. I mean, just because the security guards sucked, I mean, it didn't ruin
Let,
it all.
let me see if Captain can speak. Captain, are you trying to say something?
Is it the asteroid field?
Yeah.
Shall I go for another boots?
Microphone's still cutting out, I think, Captain.
Yeah.
How about
It's really
now? How's
disappointing.
now?
Yeah,
That
that's
sounds
better.
better.
Oh, it's because I had
Try
a piece
again.
of chewing gum stuck on the microphone. I knew I shouldn't have done that.
Well, what were you saying?
Oh, I can't remember. Something really funny about Shatner. It's all right. Punchlines and a laughter track will be added in later.
Okay, Scotty.
Something.
take
I mean,
care.
that's right. Shatner. You were saying about Shatner making jokes, and it's like, Mike, Red Letter Media. Never heard of him.
Oh yeah, Red Letter Media. Mike from Red Letter Media really loves Shatner. He's a hero to him, and what his fans did for him in regards to Shatner did him no favors in that regard. Poor guy.
It's a tragedy comedy, all right.
It's so terrible. I mean, his fans just wanted Shatner to show up on on the Red Letter Media channel, so they started asking him, but they didn't realize that Mike had nothing to do with the fans asking Shatner to be on the show. So they were just a little bit too annoying. So
And then you made that unfortunate joke about poopy stew, and then you got the wrong shirt. Shatner noticed he had the wrong Spock shirt. He had the Quinto Spock shirt, not the original Nimoy Spock. Shatner noticed. He's going to
That's
notice.
true.
He's like Sarvek. He's going to know the difference between a Captain. This isn't a Nimoy Spock shirt. This is a Quinto Spock shirt. Ah, you noticed.
Mhm. Well, I didn't really exactly hate JJ Trek yet because I didn't realize what a terrible influence it would have been So I'm embarrassed I did put my son in a Quinto Spock shirt.
I was so happy when it was canonically separate. Now they're all mushing it
Yeah.
up together like a giant shit sandwich. Anyway.
Yeah, no, now, I'm not into any of that. Awful.
Anywho.
But yeah, no, that was
Anyway,
a terrible
Roddenberry,
thing.
great guy.
Yeah,
George
Roddenberry's great. Shatner's great.
Shatner's great.
And I wish
Nimoy's great.
Shatner would unblock Red Letter Media. That would be great. Also.
Yep, and me.
And
I spoke up for Mike. Anyway, moving on.
Okay. Well, yeah. I think everybody who spoke up for Mike are probably blocked by Shatner. Poor guy. I felt like when I watched that video about him talking about him, he was gonna cry.
I had to watch it again. It's so sad, but it's so funny. Like so much of YouTube.
Yeah. No. I mean, yeah. I got blocked by
When he
Shatner.
spilled
I'd be
the,
sad.
when he opened his beer and it got all frothy, he said it's like Picard's adventure on that planet. It was a bit rude, but I like it. Moving on.
Darius says, I love that Nimoy's autobiographies are called I Am Not Spock from 1975 and I Am Spock from 1995. I have only read the latter.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. I didn't want to read I'm Not Spock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my
That
books
means-
on fiction are going to be called It's a Movie and It's Not a Movie.
No. It's a movie or it's a documentary. All right. Also, at that convention, like I was saying, I love the fans the best. They were the best part of it. And in one case, there was a little event where we went to the Millennium Fandom Bar. The second time I went to the convention in 2017. And she made her own Star Trek dress, and we did some Trek trivia there. And that's part of why I love YouTube so much, because it's like having a convention all of the time. We don't ever have to stop, enjoying this stuff.
It's very true. It's very
Yeah,
true.
definitely. It's kind of a small convention with only 6 of us here participating right now.
Well, we also got the chat here. We got Darius.
It's also a lot more reasonably priced, and I'll tell you what, the drinks are a
That's
lot
true.
more generous too.
Yeah,
Also-
the drinks are close by too.
Also, quality over quantity, so there you go.
There you go.
Fewer people means all of your questions will be answered.
Oh,
You
I
can
had
hang
a
out with the people you really want to hang out with.
Yeah.
I had a lot of Romulan Eldo at that convention.
Uh-oh.
And
Any stories you want to tell us about there, Jill,
And
when you
some
were on the
spiked-
Romulan Ale?
and some spiked Rectiginos.
Oh,
Those
my.
were delicious.
Oh,
Those were
goodness.
like my lunch.
There's the other side of Jill coming out here we haven't heard about before.
Well, I was basically drunk the entire convention.
Oh, my.
It was great.
That sounds like fun, actually.
No, it was.
Yeah, that was the problem with the convention I went to. It was just like a one afternoon kind of thing. It was only gone for like 5 hours, so nobody really got a chance to, mingle and, have fun, right? So.
Those conventions only really get fun once the LSD starts kicking in.
I'd want to go, if I ever went to another convention, I'd want to go to one that was going like for 3 days or something, where you, got the hotel and you could like hang out and, get to know people, right?
Yeah.
Because the one
Yeah,
I
it's
went
pretty
to,
great.
I mean, there was no opportunity for that.
Yeah, that is great when it's at a hotel, because you can just go back whenever you get tired. Just go back and hang out in your room, and then come back
Yeah.
out when you're ready.
Exactly. And then you
And-
go have dinner and maybe you get talking to people you met, in the convention. And
then some people with the really big rooms, they get the big suites and they have these parties. I went to one of those. That was cool.
that would be fun.
Gary Mitchell was there. Is that his name? What's the name of the Vulcan? Is it
T'Pau?
no, the Vulcan from Enterprise.
T'Pau.
Yeah.
To Paul.
No, not
Yeah,
to
whatever.
Paul. Wait, not to Paul, but
China in your hand.
the male one who was in the
Oh, Soval? Ambassador
was it
Soval? Gary Graham, I thought.
Gary Graham, thank you.
He was
Yes,
actually
Gary
there.
Graham. Yeah, he was there at the party.
Jeez.
And
Cool.
and I was dissing Star Wars, and he was like, I like both Star Wars and Star Trek, and he's like, yeah, I'll listen to you.
Well, I never thought it was necessary to have one or the other. I mean, you know, you can enjoy both of them, right? So.
Yeah, exactly. I know, but I guess.
Well, at least the first two films. After that, I'm not so keen on it. I mean, let's face it. You know, Return of the Jedi was not up to the caliber of the first two. I couldn't stand the Ewoks.
I just wish the first thing that Gary said, that heard me say, was not like a negative thing that I was talking about. I don't even know what I said, but damn it.
You were probably partying too much.
It's the Canar talking.
That Romulan ale.
Yeah, right. I don't remember what I was drinking at that party.
That's probably the best parties when you don't remember what you were drinking.
It is green.
That's a Scotty reference, is it not?
Yes,
Well, it came from TOS first, and then it came from also when Scotty went from Relics from TNG, and when Scotty showed up.
Oh, that was a great episode.
Oh yeah, it absolutely was a beautiful episode. I cry every time.
Yeah, that probably brought tears to my eyes too. It was so sweet.
Well, and then just speaking of Scotty, it was fun during the 25th anniversary of Star Trek, and Gene was still alive, and they sort of had to look back as into home movies and behind the scenes stuff, and the friendship between James Doohan and Gene Roddenberry, like that seems to be the one that was the closest between the two of them, just with their shared background of being in the armed forces.
Oh yeah.
True.
Yeah, military service. Scotty lost his finger. And almost his life, except that smoking saved his life.
Smoking saved his life, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
so don't
like
forget.
A cigarette case. Yeah.
Yeah, he had a cigarette case.
If you'd like to have a long and profitable career like James Doohan, start smoking. The Anti-Derivative Jill channel does not advocate for anyone smoking.
Yeah, I really don't. But in this case, it actually did help.
Mm. Yeah.
But only if you have a fancy metal case in your shirt.
Yes.
Yeah, James Doohan always seemed like the kind of gregarious guy that could probably get along with just about anybody if they were half decent human being. You know, he just seemed like that kind of
smokes
outgoing.
into combat or off world.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you piss him off, like all bets are off then.
Red apples for a full.
I pressed the wrong button. Yeah. Take a bite of a red apple. But yeah, and just sort of the loving way that James Doohan and Gene would talk about the fans and the growth of the conventions and reaching out to those who have been, you know, I think that there was one story that James Doohan told of a fan who sent in a letter, and he read it as basically, you know, a self-termination letter.
Oh, wow.
And he got in touch with that fan and said, okay, here's the deal. I'm going to be at this convention in September, and you better be there.
And you better be alive.
Oh, my God. I remember that. That was an incredible story.
Yeah, I think I've heard that story
saved
too,
somebody's
actually.
life.
And then they continued that deal whenever James Doohan would get back around those parts. It was like, okay, well, I'm going to be here, so you better be here. And they basically maintained convention friendship for the rest of, well, at least James Doohan's life. I'm not sure what happened to the fan, because obviously respecting their privacy, but it's those kinds of things.
Story.
Yeah, that is beautiful. That is great. He had such compassion, apparently.
I wish I could have met Jimmy Doohan. I mean, he seemed like an awesome guy.
Yeah,
well,
too.
And I sort of make light of whenever Canada Day rolls around, being Canadian, it's like I throw up a picture of Shatner on my social medias, and it's like, Happy Shatner Day, the best Canadian who ever lived.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to it, really, I prefer Jimmy Doohan. He's probably a better Canadian.
So now you can put them both.
Yeah, I think they both deserve to be honored. I
Fair
love
enough.
them both.
I do too.
And they fit together.
Yeah, you can't forget Scotty.
I can't forget Scotty.
Hey, without Scotty, the Enterprise wouldn't fly, right?
True.
And then you can call it Scotty Day.
Scotty Day, that would be good.
Well, every day is Scotty Day for this guy.
What was that episode there where Scotty did have the "it's green" moment? Drinking the alien under the table.
By any other name.
Oh yeah, that was probably the best part of that episode for me. Was just the scenes with Scotty, being Scotty.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We did it.
I mean, I thought it was a mediocre episode overall, but Scotty's had some great moments in that for sure.
Well, that's when we get the dodecahedron red skirt.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I thought the storyline overall was mediocre, but there were moments like, the red skirt dying, which was horrific, of course. And then Scotty drinking the alien, under the table, which I thought was hilarious.
That's what's so great in Star Trek in general. Even when the episode is mediocre, you can still have fantastic character moments that you want to remember forever.
Exactly. Yeah, there were lots of good moments in that episode, actually. But how anybody remember how many bottles of booze Scotty actually had tucked away in his cabin? Like, I forget now, but it seemed he had a few at least.
Well, I think they started with it's green, and then they ended up going to his private Scotch stash. Like, and that's kind of funny about the original series is the celebration of Scotty's alcoholism.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was kind of like a subplot, right?
Well, and there was Inspector of the Gun before they test out the.
Yeah.
Oh no.
They tested out the gas canister or wwhatever. He takes that swig of bourbon.
Yeah, it'll be completely painless, and he's
it's
like, "Now
to
you're
kill the
me.
pain."
It's consistent. Spock was on the marijuana like Jughead 24/7.
Well, no, there was no smoking on Star Trek unless you're talking about edibles.
Oh yeah, he had edibles. You know it. That's why he's so chilled. He was on edibles 24/7. Captain, I seem to be incredibly stoned. Let's beam down and party.
Yeah, that's how I remember Star Trek. Darius says, I can
Think about
imagine...
it. Mirror, mirror. Mirror Spot was partying. Come on.
Oh yeah, probably.
Fear and Loathing in the Alpha Quadrant.
There you go.
I still need to see that movie, Scotty.
Oh
Just
wow!
outside of Barstow, we were in Klingon country.
We were 20 parsecs outside of Risa when the Romulan ale began to take hold.
Oh man, I still wish there'd been an episode with like Scotty and McCoy going on a weekend bender. That would have been a classic.
Well, and that's the funny part about Star Trek 2 when Scotty says, "Oh, I had a wee bout, Captain, but Dr. McCoy pulled me through," and Kirk is like, "A wee bout?" And McCoy leans in, "Shore leave."
Yeah, I wish you could have seen that.
Yeah.
That's great. Oh, Arthur.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting, though, there was no smoking on TOS, but a fair bit of drinking. I think that kind of reflected Gene's philosophy.
There you go.
He was a party animal, though, wasn't he, from what I've read?
Yeah, and Darius is completely accurate. I can imagine Jill at the Millennium Fandom Bar asking, Star Wars, are you talking about the Romulan War or the Dominion War?
Yeah.
That's exactly what would happen.
Hmm.
And he also wants to be stepped on by a hot cosplayer.
By a hot cosplayer?
Who doesn't?
I wouldn't refuse
Don't
that.
we all there?
Well, and that's the funny thing about going to the conventions, because and you guys were sharing the convention story. I volunteered at one, and I always get tongue-tied because you're inevitably going to find some attractive young lady who's wearing an original series miniskirt uniform, and I always look at them and from like across a room, and I'm wearing like a red shirt because I'm a Scotty, so I'm okay. I'm not going to die, and.
Die by violence anyway.
Exactly. I might get framed for murder, but I'm not going to.
You might get loved to death, but
Don't worry, you'll win the trial.
Exactly. But and I get tongue-tied. It's just like I am surrounded by the people wearing the clothes that I want to see. Like I know that you like the original series, so I know what to talk to you about. But I am just so shy to be able to go up and be like, "Humana, your party."
No, if I had a convention full of beautiful girls with those skirts on, I wouldn't be tongue-tied at all.
Oh,
I'd be right in there chatting them up.
Gotti, check your DMs. Happy Roddenberry Day.
Happy Roddenberry Day to me.
I mean, it's a tribute to Gene, right? You'd have to go and chat him up. So.
Well, I'm sure Gene would be better at it.
Oh, he seems like he was very practiced.
It's an inspiration in many ways. Darius says, "Hey, my joke was ahead of the conversation. Does Scotty smoke Virginia Slims?"
Yes. If there are no follow-up questions, yes.
And hello to Maggie, and thank you for still being here. What song is this?
Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. Don't tell Scotty. As if I know, it's from Eurotrip.
Yes, it is.
As far as I know, it's a hilarious movie.
Okay, it'll go on my list.
Your list must be like 300 pages long.
It is. It's embarrassing.
Your list is all of IMDb.
I need about 3 more lifetimes, definitely. Yes.
I was just going to say that. You need 3 lifetimes, Jill, to watch all that.
I'll watch it at 2 times speed, all right?
There you go.
Well, that's no fun, though.
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Darius says Scotty from TOS inspired Scotty R37 to become a lovable lush.
Well, as long as I'm lovable.
Absolutely.
Yeah, if you're going to be a lush, be a lovable one, I say.
Thank you.
And hello in the chat to Snortapoopus, Huber.
Poopy!
Applause, Snortapoopus.
Ahoy.
Mm-hmm. And everybody has to say hi to the bear. Oh, Lenrod says 2 more weeks. Then Wrath-a-Con in the theater? Can't wait. What? Clobby didn't tell me. I rely on Clobby to tell me when to go to fandom events about Star Trek. He didn't say it.
Have you ever seen Star Trek 2 in the cinema?
No.
No?
Oh, wait, yes, I have.
Okay.
But this time it's the director's something cut or edition, I forget which. And that's been out already for a long time, but I've never seen it. This particular one, I don't think.
Yep, there is a kind of Star Trek 2. That's the one I have.
Does the 10 movie Blu-ray collection have the director's cut? If it does, then I have seen it.
I think so.
Okay.
Well, there's the
I'm
one
not sure.
scene tell you who the kid is that Scotty brings to the bridge
Peter
instead
Preston.
of sick bay.
That is, it's his nephew.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I did see it. That's it. That's the only difference.
That's the main difference.
Okay, then I've seen it, but I'm gonna see it again. Who cares? Let's do it.
Well, and it's one of those I've spoken before about watching Star Trek, and there's some Star Trek that and even in my ranking of the movies, putting Star Trek 2 third. But that's because I sort of overplayed them and wore them out. But it was seeing Star Trek 2 in the theater again that sort of rekindled my love for it. I'd sort of ignored it and hadn't watched it in a long time, and I saw that there was an event where they were showing it at our theater, and I saw it and I was like, damn, this is good. It holds up. Like you just don't when you watch it on TV for so long and you only have it in your home theater when you get distracted and you're not sort of 100% dialed in, going to the theater and just being all eyes on screen, it's like, this is gorgeous. The characters are fantastic. The music is so swelling. It's great.
Agree. Seeing it, I remember when it first came out, what, 82, I guess it was, if I remember correctly. Man, I saw it in,
Same day, Blade Runner.
Yeah, what a year, eh? Oh my God, such great movies that year. But
and the thing,
step away for a bit, Bill.
Wait! Everybody, stop for a second.
Oh no, it's okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Bird of Prey.
I gotta step away for a bit. I will definitely try to be back before you end. So just take care. for now.
Well,
Okay.
yes, wonderful. If I don't see you again, goodbye. And everybody, remember to subscribe to Bird of Prey 5. And
Already
are you
done.
having a bed life today?
Yeah, I should be doing bed life at
Okay,
4.
awesome. Yeah, so
Okay.
this party will keep rolling even after this one's over. Over at Bird of Prey 5's channel at 3 p.m. Central.
4 p.m. Eastern. Yes. Thanks.
Kapla, my poker playing nemesis. I'll get you next time.
Have a good day there, Bird of Prey.
Kapla. And Lenrod in the
Anyway,
chat
I
said,
absolutely thought.
Oh wait, what were you saying?
Forgot
I'm
what I was
sorry.
going to say.
Oh well, we were talking about going to see Wrath of Khan in the cinema, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's it.
That
1982.
helps.
I went and saw it in the cinema 3 times. Because I mean,
Wow.
when you're well, actually, I wasn't that young. I was probably in my 20s by then when I think about it. But man, talk about a movie on a big screen. Like,
Yeah.
And my hometown theater we had one of the biggest cinemas in BC, right? It was huge. I think it was like maybe 1,000 seats or something in that cinema. So we had this enormous, gigantic screen, and man, when that came on, and the music, as you mentioned, the music too, is like, and then the battle scenes. I mean, I still think the battle scenes between the Enterprise and the Reliant are like still some of the best scenes ever filmed.
Yeah, the tension was tight.
Yeah, it's so well edited, and just the dialogue between Khan and Kirk, and it's just such a tension. It's so good. It just holds
You never
up
know
so
they
well.
didn't film together.
That's the amazing thing, right? Because I guess Montalban was doing Fantasy Island or whatever, and he couldn't fit it into his schedule for them to ever actually meet in person. So they had to like film his scenes separately, when he had his off days from the TV series. And but the funny thing is, it still works, right?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, and also sort of the big screen, and subsequently most of the battles of Star Trek until New Crap were sort of influenced by high seas naval battles as opposed to Star Wars dogfight kind of things. And then as the series goes on, although I forgive the Dominion War because it looked rad, that was sort of paving the way for more agility. But then again, that's the Defiant. It is
That's what it is. A tough
little ship.
I love the Defiant. Such a cool ship.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I just love. There's something majestic about the battles in Wrath of Khan that they're like paced well, right? They're not too fast. They're not too slow. They're just kind of right, like Goldilocks.
Yeah.
And it's just like when Khan first takes that first shot and hits the side of the Enterprise and people are dying, and it's just like, oh man, like this is truly real dramatic stuff. Like this ain't BS. This is like the real deal, right?
Well,
and
and
like,
something that hadn't really been seen on Star Trek either is seeing the Enterprise just get pummeled and the repercussions from the battles.
Exactly. And it's like when Scotty brings was it his nephew or something up to the bridge that's dying? Like,
Yes.
It's like, oh my God. Like, I mean, I've heard people comment about the blood, right? It's just like, oh, I don't expect Star Trek to be this bloody, but it's like, well, this is like Star Trek for adults, guys. They couldn't maybe show this much blood on the TV series, but hey, this is the movies, so,
Yeah, there was no logical reason for him to bring his nephew to the bridge, but he was heartbroken. And
yeah, that always kind of bugged me a bit. It's like, wouldn't you take him to sickbay? Like right away to try and save him? But as a dramatic element, it does work though, right, Joe?
Yeah, well, the Hitchhiker says don't panic, but some people, sometimes it happens.
Yeah, it was still a great moment, but yeah, and then when they go in the nebula, at the end, I mean, what?
And yeah, go ahead.
Great special effects. I mean, I still think for special effects that are like, what, 40 years old now? It's like, they still hold up well,
Power of models.
Yeah.
No
It's like, that's why I don't like CGI. To me, a lot of the CGI from the last 20 years just looks fake, right? Where something like, Wrath of Khan still has a reality to it because it was actually real,
Yeah.
That's why I actually appreciate the CGI on the Orville, because even though they do use it, they also incorporate models into the work too, make it look good.
Okay,
Or
well, that's
make it
good
look
to
better.
know. I never realized that.
Yeah, they do.
Hey, by the way, Jill, you still got to go back and watch all the TOS with the original special effects.
I still do. I still do. I have them on my Blu-ray, but I didn't. I need to incorporate them into my media server.
Yeah, you got to switch over and watch those original effects, because
Yeah,
it really is a
you're
different
right.
experience.
You're right.
It really is.
You're not wrong. I need to do that. And Snorty says no shaky cam, no lens flare, no beer brewery engine room, and real characters. And Paula Veter Gamer says if only they could have gotten the Star Trek toys lined up properly with the movies. Yeah, I don't know much about the toy stuff, but I like to look at other people's toys. And Lenrod says, the vast majority of cosplayers aren't fans, just posers looking for attention and validation. I don't trust any of them. But also some of them are paid too. Like there were a lot of green ladies in Las Vegas showgirl outfits.
They're actually getting paid? Wow, that's kind of sad.
But when you go to, like, I know how with Fan Expo, it'll talk about the guests that are there, and it'll say sort of celebrity guests, sci-fi guests, comic book guests, and then gamers, voice actors, and then they do have a category for professional cosplayers, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's
Some are real fans.
Weird.
If they've got a Star Trek tattoo, they're a real fan.
I don't have any tattoos.
Me either.
Me neither.
No, but you're not cosplayers. I mean, a cosplayer that had a...
Oh, yeah.
Well, I wore a dress at the convention, but I didn't...
Hey, so did I.
Basically, some cosplayers are real fans. Not all of them, but some of them are. We shouldn't generalise.
Nothing wrong with that, if that's what you
It goes back to Gene. Gene would not want us to generalise cosplayers or indeed anyone.
If Gene went to a convention, what would he cosplay as?
George Lucas.
Ray Bradbury.
Yes.
That's a good one. Good answer.
I actually have a story about that later, but we'll get to that when we get to it.
Okay.
Oh my.
Start of Poop is Cuber waves a paw.
Yeah, if I went to a cosplay, I'd probably have to go as Harry Mudd, which would be tragic because I really don't like Harry Mudd that much. So, as a character,
then why would you dress that?
It kind of suits my body type.
Oh, okay.
I'm not exactly young and fit anymore, so.
Well, you could always be older Scotty.
Oh, yeah, I guess I could. I'm much older Scotty, but yeah, I guess I could pass for that. That would give me a good excuse to party at the convention. So yeah, definitely, I'll go with older Scotty. Good suggestion there, Jill.
Yeah, no problem. I'm always happy to help.
Thank you.
Yeah, because why would you want to dress as somebody you don't like? It's like, that would be weird.
I was just thinking of someone that's sort of my shape.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I mean, I definitely wouldn't dress as a green girl.
So yeah, so Sort of Poop is Cuber. Will be dragging himself to the theater for that. Right. I'll always go to the theater for Star Trek. It'll be great. Does anybody know how to...
Tromshift? Surprise.
Tromshift? Something?
Tromshift Surprise is a fun Star Trek parody movie from Germany. Oh, thank you, Darius. He is the best mod on YouTube, and he's my inspiration to be a good mod. Subscribe to Bird of Prey 5 at youtube.com/birdofprey5.
I already subbed a while back. I think I've subbed to probably everybody on here, actually.
Great. Yeah, no, Bird of Prey 5 puts on a great solo show, his bed life show. He can talk by himself with the chat. And that's an incredible talent. I know it because I have trouble when I'm just by myself.
Yeah.
So he does a wonderful job of it, and it's lots of fun and entertaining, and he's a funny guy.
At a drive-in. Oh, that's cool.
Oh, pop culture curator saw Wrath of Khan and Drive-In.
Does everybody here remember drive-ins? Maybe you're too young, Jill. Do you remember drive-ins?
Yeah, I went to a double feature for um, the Addams Family when I was a kid, and that was fun.
I love drive-ins were so awesome. I mean, I remember 60s, 70s, I think well into the 80s, and then they all kind of got shut down. But man, they were so much fun. Like,
oh, that was the 90s for me.
oh, well, cool. I think our local drive-ins probably all closed probably by the late 80s. But yeah, you'd pile all your friends into a car on a Saturday night and, you know, sneak in a case or two of beer, you know, so all your buddies could, you know, indulge while you watch the movies. And there'd be at least 2 films. And sometimes they'd have like an all-nighter.
Oh, yeah.
Where they'd have like 4 or 5 films in a row, and you'd basically be watching the bloody things until it started to get light out again in the morning.
That's cool.
Oh, those were good times.
That sounds like so much fun. I wish I had a drive-in in my town.
It's so much fun. I miss drive-ins a lot.
I saw the latest James Bond movie at a drive-in because it was still during the quarantine, and so theaters weren't open, but the drive-in still was. I've got 2 within about 20 minutes from me.
You have a drive-in still open?
Yeah, 2.
Oh my God, you're lucky.
I know.
Lucky,
no, it's fun.
Lucky.
Yeah, well, I only had that experience once as a kid going to a drive-in, so it was cool. It's chaotic for kids because you can just run around and be crazy. So it's great for that part.
Yeah,
I watched some of the movie.
Yeah, well, I think even as adults, we didn't exactly pay attention. A lot of the movies, sometimes they'd show like the B pictures at drive-ins. So, you know, sometimes they weren't all the best movies. So, you know, sometimes having the popcorn and beer was more interesting than the movie itself. So.
Well, and there was a time during high school where it was every Tuesday night, me and like 3 friends would go, and it didn't matter what was playing. We would just go there, drink coffee, and smoke cigarettes.
It was more the experience, really, than the films necessarily.
Oh, yeah. There was one time we went to the drive-in, and because, you know, Canada, it was completely foggy, and the drive-in will play no matter what, like rain or shine or whatever.
They want your money, right? So
yeah. But it was so foggy that we just basically sat there listening to the movie because we couldn't see.
You couldn't see the screen.
Could you make any sense of the movie just listening to it?
That's hilarious.
Somewhat. But yeah.
Some of the films I saw at drive-ins, it would probably be much better that way if you couldn't see the screen.
I think the movie was The Ring. So I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen it all the way through.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I have fond memories of driving, so it used to be fun.
That one is not high on my list.
No, don't even put it on the list. It's kind of boring.
Lenrod says, I haven't actually watched Khan yet, so I'm going to get to enjoy it in a theater.
Oh, that'll be good.
That is amazing. Yeah.
If you've never seen
what
Khan,
a special thing.
Yeah, see it in a theater.
Have your tissues handy. I'm sure you already know the spoiler, but it doesn't matter. It's going to hit you anyway. Darius Munchausen says, my ship is a lollipop. She is a good ship.
What are her defensive specifications?
Yeah, I like that episode of TNG. Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
looks like these have been on already.
Yeah. I hit those earlier because they were relevant. And Darius said, after I learned how to do CGI, special effects in college, it made me appreciate practical effects so much more.
Yeah, I think practical effects are so much better. I mean, they take so much more effort, really, and they often just pay off because I think they look better because, you know, and once again, I'm going back to my old, you know, theme of, you know, they're actually real.
Well, and that's one of the things that's difficult about CGI is giving it that sense of actual weight and sort of a tactile nature. And that's part of the fun of going back because, like Jill, I've been going and sort of lurking and hanging out and playing in the chat over at Saturday Night Star Trek. And to do so, I've been rewatching Deep Space Nine, which is something I haven't done in a while. And one of the fun things about that show is that the station, until the last episode, every shot of Deep Space Nine and then Empok Nor later on, all physical. Like, they're all models. They never use CGI until the very last episode, where they have to zoom out on Jake and Kira.
Wow, really? I didn't know that. That's incredible.
That's cool.
It,
I never
it
knew
is
that
a beautiful station, but I never appreciated the effect of it. Gene at a convention would be cute.
Well, and PvP, you were saying about the scripts that that Gene sort of submitted. A lot of them happen to deal with sort of gods run amok. So I think that Who Mourns for Adonais, obviously Star Trek The Motion Picture, The Changeling. I think The Changeling is also, and then
actually, I don't remember those. I've got a list of them actually here that I looked up on Wikipedia.
Oh, okay.
Marvelous.
Great.
Ones that were actually either story or tell, Gene. We could go into discussing that if you'd like.
Yeah, now's as good a time as any, for sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm just going to look at season 1 then. The first one I noticed here on the list was Charlie X. The story was by Gene, and the teleplay was written by DC Fontana.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, cool.
And, one thing I've noticed when I looked at these titles last night was a lot of Gene's stories were kind of a little bit, maybe, they were, some of them had a sort of a sexy side to them. Like Charlie X,
yeah.
I mean, there's some pretty risque stuff, right?
Yeah, he doesn't know how to deal with girls, and he's never seen a girl ever, so he kind of does bad things to...
I think that's what a lot of us are thinking when we were like 13, though.
Yeah. Well, and there you go. There's a prime example. Charlie X trying to talk to Janice. That's how I am at a convention.
Man, you're gonna make me choke here. But yeah, that I think Charlie X is a decent episode, but it is a little risque in parts.
Oh yeah. But I think, and the performance by the actor who plays Charlie, I think is great. And on Pop Culture Curator's channel, when Jill and he reviewed Beyond the Farthest Star, the first episode of the animated series, there's sort of an ending of a mournful, being left alone alien who is just going to be in solitude forever. And it's kind of, it's eerie and heartbreaking, despite the malevolence. And with Charlie X at the very end, when he's like, oh, no, I didn't know. Don't make me go back. They don't touch. They don't feel. They don't have love. And I don't want to go.
It's really sad.
It is really sad, even though, like, Charlie's, an unhinged weirdo. But
yeah, he can't. Yeah, he's too powerful for...
Well, the tragic thing is that they gave him those powers, right? And as they say at the end of the episode, he will always use them.
Yeah.
So he can't ever be among normal, human, society, because he would just be, murdering people.
And they sort of used that theme in a Q episode where there was a female Q who was brought up as a human, and she didn't even know she was a Q until she did, and then she couldn't not use her powers, and so she had to go back to the Continuum.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, tragic, really.
Yeah.
What's up?
I thought that was a good episode.
But at least she wasn't alone or anything. It wasn't as sad, really. Yeah, Amanda, the female Q. Thank you, Darius.
Anyway, I've got the next episode I looked up on the list of Roddenberry ones.
Oh, but before you say that, I just want to say hi in the chat to J25 before.
Sure.
Oh, wow. I don't know if that's a direct reference, but isn't that the system where the Enterprise D first encounters the Borg, System J25?
Could be.
It?
I don't know. Well, I know it's System J25.
You know.
Yes.
But I don't know if it's a reference to that.
And confirms.
That was a great episode.
I'm sure it is. Scotty was probably the best department head to work for. My headcanon. So anyway, yeah. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I don't know. Remember in Star Trek V where Scotty's there and it's he's trying to repair the Enterprise A because it's not necessarily up to snuff, and he's like, "What have I told you 1,000,000 times? Use the right tool for the right job." And he's yelling at one of his technicians, and McCoy, Kirk, and Spock walk into the turbo lift, and McCoy's like, "I don't think I've ever seen him happier."
Well, I got to say, Scotty probably was one of the happiest crew members.
Because he was drunk.
And he was doing what he loved to do.
Yeah, he loved the Enterprise.
Hey,
Yes.
Scotty would have done what he was doing if they weren't even paying him, probably. As long as they, gave him a little bit of, booze every week.
Yeah, he didn't get in a fight in Trouble with Tribbles over his captain.
Right.
So,
It was over the Enterprise.
I remember that episode. That was the episode where Miles lied to Captain Kirk.
yeah, he did. In Trials and Tribulations. I can't wait to get to that Saturday.
Well,
Anyway.
and that's such a great tribute just to all of Star Trek. That's my favorite crossover episode of all time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely agreed. It did a wonderful job of respecting what came before. Great example.
Yeah,
And-
too bad the guys writing Star Trek now don't look at that one.
No, they don't care. J25 says, that is a direct reference.
Nice.
It's a twofer. Refers to my initials and lucky number. I used it for high scores on video games back in the day. Good
Excellent.
catch.
Excellent.
Gold
I'm gonna
stars.
be on the lookout whenever I see a Mortal Kombat machine. I'll be like, it was J25 here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's great.
So PvP, what's the next episode on the list?
The next one I have on the list that I saw that Roddenberry was connected to was Mud's Women. Story by Gene Roddenberry. Teleplay by Stephen Candle, I guess it is.
Okay.
Once again, another kind of sexy episode where
Right, Android
there's
lady.
hot ladies, and I remember the famous scene where it's like the computer says something about all the males in the room having elevated blood pressure. So it's pretty hard to forget that one.
All the males, how heteronormative.
I
Think
wonder
of
how
the
they.
lesbians. I'm always saying, think of the lesbians.
I wonder how they got that episode past the censors. Actually, like with that line
I'm
about
not
the blood
thinking of the
pressure. Like,
lesbians.
Well, and again, just because, and as we discussed on Jill on this channel, when Jill and Pop Culture and I was lucky enough to be here for the Cage review.
mm-hmm.
I forget where I was going with this. I was too busy trying to promote Jill.
Well, the Cage had some sexy.
Forget
times,
about
too.
me. What were we
How
talking
can
about?
Something, Kirk.
Something about Mud's Women. Anyway.
Oh, man.
Those man-trap sluts.
If it comes back to me, I'll remember.
Well, I mean, basically, the storyline of Mud's Women was like a bunch of lonely, horny miners wanting women, right?
Well, no, and I recall we were discussing it and how Gene pitched Star Trek as Wagon Train to the Stars, and so
True.
Mud's Women is very much sort of a homesteader's. We'll bring wives to the people working in the Wild West
Out in the
kind
frontier.
of story on the frontier. Exactly.
True. Yeah, definitely.
Seven
Oh,
brides for seven
I never made that
replicants.
parallel. That's very good.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
7
Yeah.
replicants. Yeah. Yes, exactly.
Well, because hazardous mining in your oil colony. And
Polymeter
proof of your basic pleasure model.
Oh, right. Yeah, fully functional before data.
Right, Chris?
Polymeter Gamer says there are some drive-ins still in Nebraska, and one of the town's theaters used the site of it to be a drive-in during the pandemic.
That is, and that's also something that's kind of interesting with the decline of drive-ins, because there were theaters that had drive-ins outside of like their auditoriums. So the parking lot would literally be just like that. They would project on the side if there was no room in the auditoriums. But a lot of those fell out of favor, they tore down the screens outside and extended the auditorium space, like built more auditoriums, and then the flu hit, and everyone was like, "Dang, we should have kept those."
Yeah, outdoor cinemas made a lot more sense in the last few years.
I can really picture that. They use the side of it? The side of
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess if you got a white surface to project on, I guess it would work, right? Might not be ideal, but it would probably still be watchable. Anyway, should we continue with the next episode, Jill?
Sure, go ahead.
You asked me, Captain?
I just want to check you're right there, Dalek.
Oh, yeah, Dalek, how are you doing? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That's good.
Just checking you're okay. Bronies before honies.
Thanks.
No worries. Okay, back to you in the studio, Jill, as you were.
Okay, PvP, what's the next episode?
Yeah, the next one on my list here that Roddenberry is connected to was The Menagerie, and the only credit is Gene himself, so I assume he wrote both the story and the teleplay.
Well, Samuel Peoples wrote the original script for The Cage.
Yeah, but I guess Roddenberry probably adapted it also.
Roddenberry adapted it, yes.
They gave him
he hadn't
full
done
credit.
anything since his famous Diary of London. Oh no, that was Samuel Pepys. Sorry.
So yeah, I mean, that was probably one of my favorite Roddenberry episodes. I thought it was really well written and a really, really good use of the source material from The Cage. So yeah, I like that episode a lot.
Me too. I love what they do with Spock.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Well, and
yeah,
with Spock in the Menagerie, it does really show, because up until then you do get a sense of the camaraderie and friendship between Spock and the crew to a certain extent, because it is still early in, and Spock isn't necessarily as open with his human side as he becomes later on. But it does show Spock's loyalty and what he would do for his former captain as well. Like it's really great. It's really great.
Yeah, Spock really does.
Spock's loyalties are strong.
He gets to shine in that episode. He really does, and it sort of is one of the first episodes where you kind of see Spock's human side, so to speak, because obviously he must feel emotions for Pike.
Absolutely.
To risk his whole career, even his life, to help his former captain out. So.
Well, and that was one of the things that I really liked about the end of the first episode of The Menagerie, and it's like, Jim, don't stop me. Don't let him stop me.
Don't let him stop me. Yeah, I love those lines.
Like that delivery of that line, it's like, holy crap, Spock's back.
Yeah, Nimoy did a masterful job in that scene. He really did.
Sure did.
Yeah, it was a really, really solid episode. Probably one of the best ones that season. Should I go on to the next one?
And it's the only two-parter, right?
The only two-parter, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay, and the final one of season 1 that I've got, at least that I could find, was the return of the Archons. Sorry.
Are you of the body?
He's clearly not of the body.
Story by Gene Roddenberry, teleplay by Boris Sobelman. And once again, I think another episode with a kind of sexy subplot with Festival.
Oh, yeah.
Might kind of reflect some of Gene's Some More Wild Weekends or something.
Was Festival, was it once a year it happened? They just go crazy for 12 hours?
It was 12 hours, and I really can't remember if it was once a year, or if it was like, once a month or once a week, or...
But yeah,
I don't know if did they specify it, the intervals.
I don't recall.
Either. Sorry.
I haven't watched that episode in a while, so
that's why I'm doing TOS reviews, so I can rewatch them all.
Yeah. Once again, an episode I really, really, really liked. I thought it was very well done. But yeah, it was like definitely one with another.
That was a great one, yeah, and
sort of sexy undercurrent to it.
I feel like it might have been an inspiration for the Borg, writing wise.
Well, yes, with Landru.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And is that the first great Kirk kills the computer by talking to it episode?
I think so.
I always love that scene where Kirk just lays into Landru and just devastates him with his logic.
Yes, I love that. And I love it in The Ultimate Computer, and I love it in Changeling. It's just a great
yeah, those are good too.
Well, and that's one of my favorite Kirk destroys the computer by talking to it scenes is the one with M5 in Ultimate Computer, and basically his entire he argues with it like an 8-year-old would ask an adult something. It's just like, why? He just keeps saying, why?
Yeah, no. Ultimate Computer is in my top 5 Star Trek episodes.
Yeah, mine too. Like all Star Trek or just TOS?
Just TOS, but I mean, I put TOS above all Star Trek. So
okay.
I wouldn't put it that high, but it's definitely a good one for sure.
I just love the performance by the guy who plays Richard Daystrom.
Oh yeah,
what's
he's
his name?
Great.
Oh, I can't remember his name now.
I forget the actor's name, but yeah, and he is amazing in that.
Yeah,
You're great. I am great.
He kind of plays a maniacal character quite well, doesn't he?
Yes.
He kind of loses it.
Building on my work. My work. Sorry, I'm just going to quote.
Oh, at any time, if you just want to quote any Star Trek episode at any moment in which there is dead air, I'm okay with this.
Well, welcome to my life, Jill. I could be sitting having coffee with someone, and I'll just be like...
You made 2 mistakes.
Exactly. I am Jackson Roy Kirk.
Yeah, because I can't do that. I can't just do quotes. So I'm really impressed when someone can. Quotes and impressions are. I'm easy to entertain.
And my time is finally here.
Mm-hmm.
I can touch the sky.
What if we never went to the moon or Mars? Risk is our business.
I know, right? One of the best speeches in television history, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's a great speech.
Dr. McCoy is right.
Anyway, Darius says, I thought the Enterprise first encountered Borg in uncharted space in the Gamma Quadrant. And when, they encountered it when Q sent them out farther past where they'd gone before. And yeah.
It was in the Delta Quadrant, Darius.
Okay.
Because that was a great episode.
That was one of the things that was exciting when Voyager came out, because they were going to the Delta Quadrant, and as soon as they announced that that's where the ship was going to be lost, it was like, well, that's where the Borg are from, you know. And so when you finally get to like Scorpion, I guess, and the Borg show up, and it's like, oh, this is going to get real.
Oh yeah, the Gamma Quadrant's Deep Space Nine.
Actually, Scorpion, that was the 2-parter, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's probably a couple of my favorite Voyager episodes. I wish all of Voyager had been that good.
I don't remember a lot from Voyager.
Oh, Scorpion's a good one. You'll enjoy that one, Joe.
Well, Saturday Night Star Trek, after they're done Deep Space Nine, are they doing Voyager?
Yes.
They will be. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Voyager and then Enterprise.
I can't wait for Enterprise. That's
and then what will we do after that?
I have no idea.
There'll be nothing left to review.
No, but Clobby said it will always be Saturday Night Star Trek. It will never not be Saturday Night Star Trek. But I do beg him on several occasions to cover Galaxy Quest when we're done. So we will do that.
Oh, Galaxy Quest is good, yeah.
That would be really good.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Best homage to Star Trek.
One of my favorite movies.
Yeah, it's so well done. Like, it just sums up the Star Trek fandom perfectly, doesn't it?
I knew it was real.
Yeah. Well, and oh man, I could go into Galaxy Quest too. I just love that one scene where Tim Allen and Sigourney Weaver are going to the engine room, and there's like the clamps that are coming down. She's like, "Who wrote this?"
Yeah, she was so pissed off.
It just doesn't make any sense.
It's great. It's so great. Yeah, it's. I love Galaxy Quest because it's a parody, and it kind of makes fun of Star Trek, but it does it in a really sort of loving, respectful way.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it just works, you know.
And that's one of the things. Like I think Rowan J. Coleman did a retrospective on Galaxy Quest, and whenever I've seen anybody talk about Galaxy, and I guess there is a documentary out there, But whenever they talk about it, they say they do refer to some of the Star Trek actors who went and saw it. And Patrick Stewart was sort of hesitant to go and see it. And Frakes, because that's what I get to call him, Frakes said to Patrick Stewart, and he's like, no, you got to see it. You got to see it. You got to see it on like a Saturday night in a full theater. And Patrick Stewart afterwards was like, that is perfect. I have never seen something so funny that was referring to something else, and it wasn't a parody, and it still maintained the heart of the original.
Absolutely.
It did. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
there's
it's a really good movie.
Yes.
Never give up.
Never surrender.
By Grabthar's hammer you shall be avenged. But no, wait. No, that's a good one, because that's a touching death scene. But my favorite is by Grabthar's hammer. Oh, what a savings.
Yeah, when they're at the event. My favorite is when they go down the planet and everybody just opens the ship and he's like, "Is there air here?"
You don't know.
Yeah, don't bother testing for air. Just open the ship, right?
Well, and getting back to what Captain was saying about Spock being high all the time, like with tech engineer Kwan, played by Tony Shalhoub, there was a whole subplot about him just being baked the entire time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, in real life?
No. In like as the character. Like the reason that he's just in awe and chill about everything is that whenever he's not on screen, like they would cut to him and he's just like smoking up.
Oh God.
Yeah, he does a great job of that. He's so amazed and he's so happy to be there.
Yeah, man. There's something about the beryllium sphere. We're gonna need a new one.
Brilliant sphere. The
like things are freaking out down here, man. I don't know. We gotta get a thing.
And I don't know if there are any Office fans out there, but it's also the first time I ever saw Rainn Wilson.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So he was one of them.
So many interesting actors that show up as I forget the name of the species, the alien species, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought the aliens were really, really cool. Not only great acting on their part, but I mean the special effects of them in their natural form.
Oh yeah,
was very well done, I thought.
They were called the Thermians.
The Thermians, yeah, and apparently the guy who played Balthazar, I guess, was the lead Thermian. So much praise, like, and they talk about the entire movement and method of speech, and it was all something that the actor who played Balthazar totally came up with, and the rest of the Thermians were just like, and the director was just like, just do what he's doing, whatever he's doing, keep doing that.
The speech quality of them was just fantastic. It just, I don't know, it just felt so alien, and yet it was so funny at the same time.
Yeah, and you knew they were intelligent because they built all of that, that whole thing. But at the same time, they were innocent and naive. Somehow.
Yeah, they thought it was a documentary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. When they mentioned, when they finally explained to them that it's just a TV show.
Oh, they're so sad.
The island, those poor people.
Yeah.
Well, and that's when the villain is just like, he doesn't understand.
Yeah.
Explain it.
That's
and
a
it's
sad
just like,
moment.
You asshole.
Yeah, it breaks her heart, right?
Yeah. Oh my God. Yes.
Because they're like children in a way.
Well, children that built the Defender.
Yeah, but I mean, they are that innocent. They don't understand, right? So.
Yeah. Oh, totally.
And the editorial says, "Didn't you like it when Tim Allen was overacting on the away mission? I laughed at him as he was rolling while everyone else was looking at him like, what are you doing?"
Well, and what is it when the pilot? It's been a while since I've seen Galaxy Quest. Now I want to watch it again. But when the pilot is like, "Go for his eyes," go for his eyes, go for his sensitive spots, and it's like, he's a rock. There are no sensitive spots.
And some people say that was the rock creature that Shatner wanted in Star Trek V.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Do you think the rock creature was basically a tribute to Shatner fighting the Gorn?
Close, I would say, because when Tim Allen gets like beamed up, for lack of a better term, because they call it something else, but when he gets beamed up, Alan Rickman says, "I see you managed to get your shirt off again."
Well, exactly. I'm just thinking, it seems like sort of a Gorn parallel somehow.
Yeah.
Land on a planet, fight a monster, call it an arena, and we're done.
Mm-hmm. And he doesn't kill it. Not that he can. Nerdporial Lifeform, wasn't Roddenberry a fan of classic space operas like The Flash, Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers, Burroughs, or even the Lensman books? Obviously saw Forbidden Planet. I don't know about all of what Gene watched yet. I'm just starting to learn about Gene, so I'll know more next year.
Yeah, there's endless amounts of stuff to learn about.
I know Gene. He read a lot. He read a whole lot. He was a voracious reader.
Well, and also that's an interesting thing in regards to Forbidden Planet. Like, I think that the first influence, or at least the one that I heard, was Forbidden Planet, and I went back and I checked that out, and that is a very Star Trek movie.
It is.
Oh, it's totally Star Trek.
Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah.
And I think that they did use the idea for the teleporter from that machine that they used to keep from being crushed when they land on the planet.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I think Gene must have taken a lot of ideas from Forbidden Planet that he incorporated into Trek, really.
Yeah, and I think it's better for it.
Well, and also,
Absolutely.
yeah,
It's a great movie.
As Nerdporial says, obviously, yeah, Horatio Hornblower was the model for the captain character.
Yes.
And he drew on Westerns, and also, have we talked about The Lieutenant yet? His first show that ran
we
for
didn't.
a season.
No, we haven't.
No,
Speaking of Westerns, though, you guys realize he did write like 24 episodes of Have Gun Will Travel?
Yeah, I just found out about that recently.
Yeah, that's a great show. I watched quite a few episodes of that, and it really is one of the best Westerns of the 50s. Paladin, the main character, he's an awesome hero because he's complex, and I won't spoil it, but if you haven't seen Have Gun Will Travel, you should really take a look at it because it's definitely one of the most well-written Westerns. It's very, very, very smart, and very, very, very well done Western.
And Clobby was saying on his show last night that a lot of those episodes that Gene wrote feel like Star Trek writing.
There's definitely a philosophic side to Have Gun Will Travel because Paladin is kind of the thinking man's kind of hero, right? I mean, he's like, he's a man of action in the sense, he's basically a mercenary, a gun for hire, but he only takes on jobs that he thinks are, how do I describe it, proper. Like, he won't work for a bad guy. He'll only work for good people that are needing help, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So he's kind of like Batman or something in the Old West, right? He goes in and does good, when he has to, right?
That's fun.
But he is a mercenary, basically.
Yes. Well, and spoilers for Have Gun Will Travel. He has a gun, and he will travel.
Yeah, it kind of describes it.
Ruined everything.
But yeah, it's good. And was it 5 seasons, I think? There's well over 100 episodes. So you should check that out too, Jill. Add that to your list.
Oh, yeah. Everything Gene did is on my list, even though I haven't seen Have Gun Will Travel. I haven't seen The Lieutenant. I haven't seen Andromeda or Battle, the other one, Battle something.
Earth Final
Battle
Conflict.
Earth, Final Conflict. Yeah, that's it.
Battle Royale, Battlestar Galactica, Battle.
I have
Battleship.
seen Battle Royale. But...
I just want to mention
You
Andromeda.
have?
Yeah, Battle Royale. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, with cheese?
We talked about it before. But, yeah.
I know. I'm just... Again, it's always fun when we find something that you have seen.
Yeah, no, it is. It's so great. It's so great. I'm so excited when I can say that. But there was also, I wrote down what Clobby said he did, and y'all mentioned almost all of them except for there was the Questor tapes. Does anybody know anything about that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah,
I haven't
think I
seen
saw
it.
that. I think I saw that years ago, so I don't remember it very well. But
Well, and the Questar
yeah, I think
tapes aren't they supposed?
Questar
Isn't it?
was like an android or something. I think.
Yeah, I thought it was sort of like the prototype for Data.
Yeah,
like
something
in
like
terms
that.
of that
Yeah.
storytelling.
That's amazing. I didn't know what
Yeah.
that was about.
Yeah, I think he was like an android, artificial life form kind of thing. So
Cool.
yeah, I haven't seen it in years though, so I really don't have much more of a memory than that.
That's okay. That's good
I
enough.
think it was good though. I think it was good when I watched it, so definitely worth checking out.
Just mentioning what other things Gene did is good.
Oh, didn't he do a show called Planet Earth or something as well?
I don't know. Did he?
I don't
Something
know.
like that. I think there was
Let's
a show
see.
with Earth in the title.
I don't know. That feels like David Attenborough. Was he on a David Attenborough?
I'd have to look up.
show?
I'd have to look it up.
The Natural. I love David Attenborough too, but I've never talked about him.
What's that episode of Star Trek TOS where Kirk and co beam down to some planet? Okay, wait, that's all of them. And there's some doctor, and he's building there is some kind of creature, some robot that saves Kirk, or half some cyborg that saves Kirk falling into a pit.
Oh, that's what are little girls made of?
Right. Have you noticed that's a bit of a Blade Runner parallel, kind of?
Oh, and is it? Well, before
with the
you say,
replicant saving the protagonist, kind of thing. Maybe. Like in my mind, I thought, oh, that's a bit
I'll have
Blade
to
Runner.
rewatch.
Kirk's getting saved from falling by a creature that's not quite human.
Yeah, that was
Deckard getting saved by that.
That was
skin job.
Ruck. I think was the name of the creature. Ruck. He
Yes.
was an android, wasn't
That's
he?
it. Rock, Rick, paper, stone.
And what
scissors.
was his? Who's the actor? He's the guy that played Lurch in Addams Family, right?
That's it. It was Lurch.
Ted Cassidy.
Ted Cassidy. Yeah, man, what an amazing actor! That guy. Wow,
What's his
talk about a
brother?
presence. When he walked into a room, he was the room.
For
and-
sure.
When he
Welcome-
sat around the house, he sat around the house.
welcome to the panel,
he
Tiger
was
Stripes.
he was a giant.
guys.
He really was.
Tiger.
Tiger Stripes.
Hey,
Welcome.
Ted Cassidy. Loved him and everything
He
I
was
ever saw
awesome.
him in.
Yeah,
I
Ted
have
Cassidy
to
was cool.
step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Actually, now that our host is stepping away, I'm going to take a break here for a second too. Be
Yeah, I'm
back
gonna
in a
say
minute.
Well,
awkwardly
gosh,
silent.
now we have to juggle.
Well, Tiger, I hate to take the captain's seat, but there is a question standing for any new panelist. On this 101st birthday of Gene Roddenberry, what are your thoughts on The Great Bird of the Galaxy?
Well, he, put it together, didn't he? He made Star Trek, and that's not something just anybody could have done. You've got to visualize it and conceptualize it and then sell it to the studio.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. I think somebody here said that he never cast a woman that he didn't sleep with just the other day. I was kind of disappointed to hear that. It's, one kind of expects people to have affairs sometimes at a certain economic level, I guess. I don't know why people do that, but that was a bit of a shock to hear. But
and what was it? I was going through the ever reliable Wikipedia page, and talking about his health decline, and so he had diminishing health as a result of his long-standing recreational use of legal and illicit drugs, including alcohol, methaqualone, methylphenidate, Dexamyl, and cocaine, and this is in parentheses, which he had used regularly since the production of Star Trek: The Motion Picture. And it's like, oh my God, this guy was an animal. And it says throughout much of his career, he had routinely used stimulants to work through the night on scripts, especially amphetamines. The effects of these substances were compounded by deleterious. Oh, and he had interactions with diabetes, high blood pressure, and he was, enjoying the antidepressants. So a
couple of those sound prescription, and they did that back then. They gave everybody drugs.
And exactly. Well, they still do. But no, it's just interesting to have that, because he was a man who, took to human foibles, and he had a penchant for the ladies, the drink, the recreational and prescription drug. And I don't know if you ever heard of, and I keep bringing this up because no one's ever heard of it, but he wrote a movie in the 70s with Rock Hudson called Pretty Maids All in a Row. And it's about a high school gym teacher sleeping with most of the students, female students. And
That's
yeah, no,
projection.
there is. Oh, and there's a lot of that in his career. And so it's interesting to take the good, you take the bad, you take them both, and there you have the facts of life. Like, he was just a guy, but he did bring so much optimism and hope, and brought so many people into the idea of a positive future while also wrestling with his own personal demons. And that's why I bring it up, not because I want to undercut, but just overcoming those foibles.
Well, he was a complex man. I mean, he was a human being, right?
And no one understands him but his woman.
Well,
no, I'm talking about Shaft.
We all have our high side and our low side. I mean,
He did introduce so many people to the concept of science fiction. I'm certain of that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was the first show
international level.
It was the first show on TV that took science fiction seriously.
Oh, the first season of Lost in Space is surprisingly serious.
It's good.
And then it totally
I
came
would
off
agree.
the rails.
I will agree. I do love the first season of Lost in Space, but I don't think it kind of had the sophistication that Trek had. Even though it was good, I think Trek was a better show, really. But I do agree, the first season of Lost in Space was quite excellent. Do you remember the episode My Friend Mr. Nobody?
I don't really know much about it. I just they were playing it on MeTV.
Okay.
And
I think they still are, actually.
One of the networks was I'm forgetting the word, but playing it regularly almost every day. And so I just got the opportunity to see the first 3 or 4 episodes, and I was like, wow, I hadn't remembered it being really this serious.
Yeah, those are the black and white rotation. Season 1.
And like I said, then it came off the rails.
Season 2 and 3 were pretty silly. There were a handful of really great episodes.
But to a certain extent, the cartoon Johnny Quest, for a cartoon, is some pretty serious science fiction. They sort of deal with things as they come up. Matter-of-factly, scientifically.
I haven't seen Johnny Quest.
Then just run around. Really? You've never seen Johnny Quest?
I have never seen it.
Wow, it's just wonderful.
Oh, me neither.
Put that on my watch list too, I guess.
It's a must.
It's a great adventure show.
Incredible. Well, thank you for joining us today, Tiger Stripes. I wonder.
Thank you for inviting me.
But yeah, Lost in Space did have its moments. I mean, season 1 was pretty darn good. I really think that one of my favorite episodes is My Friend Mr. Nobody. That's the one where Penny, the young daughter, she finds this entity in a cave that kind of befriends her. And it's a really strange episode. It's hard to really describe, but I would highly recommend watching that episode because it's really, really solid writing. And the end, the special effects at the end are amazing. It's quite terrifying, really.
Yeah, I never had any personal interaction with Roddenberry. I was in a few rooms that he was speaking at. And in college, he was speaking at my college, and I showed up. And, I had a sort of a Trekkish shirt that was velveteen with a knit collar, and I had grabbed from somewhere a helium balloon just on the way in, and grabbed a marker and drew a little, like a happy face, only instead of a smile there was just a straight line, and then I put Spock eyebrows over it, and on the back of it I wrote "I grok Spock." And maybe it was the balloon, but somehow a group of students kind of came together, and we all started talking, and we did form a science fiction club.
Cool.
And there had been one on campus, but there wasn't currently one on campus, and that was our springboard. And we found a sponsor who had been a published science fiction writer.
Jeez.
And and eventually we came up with a name for the club and the whole thing.
Wow.
That's incredible. Wow.
But that was because we were all in the room with Roddenberry. You know, it really wouldn't have happened otherwise.
You're
I don't think.
inspired.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
amazing.
It's the greatest
It's
thing
amazing
ever.
how how something can inspire people like that. When they come together with a common interest, and well, it's just like
Yes.
the show itself, right? I mean, the crew, we're all working together, and then
Yeah.
it kind of, led to the fans kind of working
And
together
I was a
too.
kid when it was on the television. I did watch it first run, but not every episode. I seem to remember watching it with myself. I didn't have any family members. I think my dad was in Vietnam at the time.
Oh wow!
I had teen magazines at the time, and I think I heard about the letter writing campaign through them.
That would have been around the end
Oh,
of season
yeah,
2.
that
then?
was
Yeah,
led
around the
by.
end of season 2. I do believe I diligently wrote my letter. I've written very few letters like that in my life, but I do believe I
Oh,
contributed
cool.
to that.
I have
Awesome.
a photo with actors from Star Trek, but my favorite picture was when I had a picture with Bijou Trimble, who led
Yeah.
that letter writing campaign.
I have met Bijou.
Yeah.
I'm acquainted with her daughters, so and
Well, it
she's
was-
part of living in Los Angeles in the Spanish
Wow.
community. Yeah,
Wasn't it recently her birthday?
I think it was. Yes.
Hmm.
Wow,
Hmm.
that's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were really involved in the fandom and stuff, right? When it mattered. That's incredible.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean that I was just a kid then. I wasn't really involved in fandom
But
because I was.
you were
I was a
there?
kid. Yeah, I was there, and I wrote my letter.
Yeah.
Wow,
That's
that's
awesome.
so cool.
You
You didn't
But-
even happen to
participated in
preserve
history.
that?
Yeah, but when I met Bijou years later, I was aware of who she was,
Mhm.
and her importance to that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
you don't
she
meet
did.
that many Bijos.
No, it's a unique name.
She did save the series and got us season 3, though. I mean, love it or hate it, it did give enough episodes to get the show into syndication, which is what saved it, really.
Yes, I remember being in high school, and I was over at a friend's house after school, and he's like, "Oh, you want to watch Star Trek?" And I said, "Watch Star Trek? What are you talking about? Star Trek's been off the air for years." He's like, "No, they have it on every day now." And I'm like, "Really?" So I hadn't been aware. I was just
Yeah, and it
too
got
busy
Yeah.
with school. I wasn't paying attention.
It became a major phenomenon in the 70s in
Boy, it
reruns.
sure did.
Yeah, it became a phenomenon in the reruns,
And that's really what brought back the animated season, I think, was the success.
yeah.
that it
You read
had.
my mind.
Yeah, because animated was what, 73?
Yeah, yeah, and they
So it's-
actually released the first episode on September 8th, which is the first day that they.
So it's like a
released the man
4-year gap then between the original series and the animated, then basically, I guess. Yeah, it didn't take long for it to gain momentum back, and then of course once the animated series, I guess, probably did reasonably well, then they were going to bring back the TV,
Yeah,
right?
they're going to do phase 2.
Phase 2,
Correct.
yeah, which got aborted, and then it turned into the movie series. So
Mhm. Correct. Yep.
just goes to prove that a good idea
And
has
some of those
longevity.
phase 2 episode ideas got turned into scripts for TNG.
Yeah, I've read that. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think Phase 2 would have been good, or do you think it's better that it
Yes.
morphed into the movies?
I think phase 2 would have been fun. Eventually,
Hmm.
Spock would have got over it and showed up.
I don't know. I wonder.
Well,
He
I
did have
believe-
another gig at the time, didn't he, on Mission Impossible?
Yeah, he was doing Paris.
Yeah, but I listened to his autobiography, and he kind of was getting bored of that. Like at first, it was fun.
Well,
and then
he played Paris
so
for what,
he
2 or
would come
3
back for
seasons of
Spock.
Mission Impossible?
Yeah, he would probably run out whatever contract he had, and
I think he was
and
there
join
for
the
a
ship.
couple of years. Yeah.
Because I think that Star Trek does much better on TV than in the movies. But of course, I love the motion picture, so I'm still happy with what happened.
I heard just the other day, and I'm sure I kind of knew this before, but Shatner was literally living out of a camper van. And some
Oh, yeah.
kid was bicycling around where he was, frying eggs
Shatner went through some really.
outside. And the kid came up and said, "Hey, is this your starship captain?" He's like, "Yeah, buzz off, kid." And he's like, "So you're going to be in that movie?" And he said, "What?" He really had to know.
That was
out of-
news to him.
He was out of touch with his agent. He had to kind of scrabble to find his agent's name and number
That's
again.
funny.
It was hilarious.
Shatner had
Finds
a
out
really
something
tough
for him.
time for the couple years after Trek got canceled.
Yeah, he's
here
one
in
of those
Canada,
men who the judge gave him alimony based on his highest earnings, and that's
was
not
really
the way it works
struggling,
for
yeah.
actors. It's feast
Well,
or famine.
I don't know if you realize it if you're in the U.S., but here in Canada, Shatner was doing a lot of TV commercials in the early 70s. There's was a big supermarket chain back then called Super Value, and I still remember Shatner's ads doing Super Value commercials, for that grocery chain, I guess just to pay the bills, right? I mean, he was
it just
surviving.
a voiceover, or was it actually?
No, he was on
face?
camera. He was actually, it was him on the screen.
Oh no, you got to pay the bills. You really do.
But I mean, that's what he was, down. He was down to that level where he was basically just working, doing commercials just to survive, right? So he had a few tough years there.
Yeah.
Because I mean, he was typecast right as Kirk. 1969, the show ended, and then until the animated series when he got work again. I mean, there was like 3-4 years he was like, kind of down on his luck, I think.
Well, and I remember his appearance in Columbo in the 70s. And then also there was a YouTube channel that I found, and I'm old and I like boring things. So it's an old Canadian celebrity bowling show.
Oh,
and Shatner's on one.
I haven't
and it's
seen that
just
one.
like, it's just so awesome to see Shatner in his prime,
God.
but not.
Oh, I would love to
geez.
see all the episodes of game shows that Shatner.
Yeah, that's got to be
Yeah.
humbling, and he's not a humble guy. So that's,
Yeah, I think his ego probably took a bit of a bruising for a few years.
that sounds like fun to watch.
Well, and he's really gracious. You don't get the sense of him being in a way. He's still charming. He's still Shatner, and he's still, there's a lady there that he hits on. So whatever.
I think on a one-on-one basis, he probably is a very charming guy. I was sorry to hear about all of the signings that he's ever done where he just kind of gets robotic about it. But I can understand when you've got a line of 300 people to get through.
Yeah, that was my experience. It was very robotic.
Gotta
Him and
be.
Nimoy never even made eye contact with most of the
It's
people.
got to be overwhelming, just overwhelming.
I could understand where they were. Well, the security sucked too. That's the problem. They wouldn't even let people talk to them, right? So that was bad. But I still was happy to meet them. I mean, I'm still, 5 feet away from these legends I've always, admired. So it was
I met
still a great
Nimoy
memory.
briefly, but I can when I meet somebody who I love their work, I can barely get a word out.
I would have just wanted to hug him. That's about it.
Yeah, well, if you tried to
gave
hug
him
him,
a
they probably
present
the
with a little
security
bit
would
of
have
solemnity,
tackled you.
but he accepted
Yeah,
it.
right. I know that's what would have happened. I would have been dragged away by security.
Yeah, they would drag you away. But you
As
can't do
Mama
that.
Bray pointed out,
Got
Shatner's
Jill
still
in
doing
the building.
commercials.
Jill is in the building. We need 3 extra team members.
Oh man.
Yes, welcome back, Bird of Prey Pilot.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's still doing commercials. Oh yeah,
No, I mean he
does,
still does commercials. For,
yeah, right.
Yeah, he
I mean,
did
not
one
Priceline,
recently
but he-
that was
he's
hilarious.
still
What was it? I can't remember what it was for now, but it was really
Oh, he
good.
does
Sure, he
that
gets
air.
paid a
He's
lot
the,
more.
The commercial for the same thing
The travel stuff.
that Jimmy JJ Walker is doing for some sort of medical care, some sort of number to call to check your medical
I
benefits.
can't
He's doing
remember.
one of those. I've
I
seen
saw
him
one
do
about
that.
a year ago that was just hilarious, but I can't remember what the product was. So
Do you have memory problems? Call
It's-
1-800-MD.
He did a great
Whatever
one
the-
about a decade ago.
it's
With a
probably on
Gorn.
YouTube.
I
With the
forget what
Gorn, yeah.
product was, but he did that one.
remember
That was
that.
That's
awesome.
the one I'm thinking of with the Gorn. Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, I saw
They
that
actually
one,
showed
too.
that
was
on the
funny.
TV about a year ago here.
I feel like it's for the Star Trek 2009 video game, and it's
Oh,
and it's the Gorn and Kirk, or the Gorn and Shatner sitting and
It's
playing.
hilarious.
And then it's like, don't start this again. And then they get into the fight. And
Yeah,
it's
they
like,
end
I'm
up
too
playing
old.
the video game together, right?
Yeah.
Competing. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
that was a good one.
Yeah, it's cute.
Pop Culture Carrier asked me a question. Since you watched Star Trek in a short time, what do you think of the aging difference of the actors and characters? I didn't really think anything of it. It was only 3 years. So
I did notice though by season 3, they
I don't
like
know. I guess
Scotty.
I
I
didn't
think
notice
in
that kind of thing.
particular was looking a little older. If you notice that.
I don't know.
I know that they're, except for Nimoy, who was always thin as a pin, their weight would go up and down depending, I think, on the proximity to their time off from the show. and I know that sometimes the Shat would be corseted.
Yeah,
And they came up with a different shirt for him to kind of hide his tummy a little.
The green
and
shirt.
Scotty's weight would go up and down, but
I just thought.
And of course, Kelly was always very slim too. He was just a slim man.
Yeah, Kelly always looked good, but I thought Scotty looked a little older in the face by season 3, just a little bit.
They kept changing his haircut so often.
Maybe that was it.
And some haircuts suited him better than others.
That could be it then.
Yeah.
And hello in the chat to Jack's Law. He says, Scotty has a way of him I can't help but admire.
But which Scotty are we talking about?
Both.
Both.
Oh, come on. Let's just give it to Jimmy Doohan and call it a day.
Yeah, well,
Jimmy
Scotty,
owns it.
you are the second best Scotty next to Montgomery.
You know what? I was rethinking that. I think I'm third because there is a Scott Bakula, and he's got to be better than me.
Oh, right.
But
okay,
I would never, ever dream of calling Scott
But if we
Bakula
do that-
Scotty.
If we do
True
that, we're
story.
going to continue to find all of the best Scots.
Yeah.
And keep pushing you down the list.
Battle of the Scotties.
Exactly.
Yeah, I heard Bakula say once his nickname as a childhood was Whitey, actually. So he's not a
That's
Scotty.
weird.
He's not a Scotty then. All right. He's off the list. I'm still second
Yes.
best. Huzzah.
Because of that little spot in the front of his hair that's white.
Oh, jeez. Really?
The Scott spot.
Well, Jill, speaking of Bakula, is there anything you wanted to talk about?
Oh, right. Well, on the Phantasmagorium, I will be reviewing Quantum Leap with Scotty here on starting on Star Trek Day, September 8th at around 7 p.m. That'll be fun.
So we'll hang out with Whitey.
Yeah, I'll provide slides and he'll provide the jokes. And
That'll be 7 p.m. Central?
Yep.
Oh, darn. I'll miss it then.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You can watch the replay and
Yeah.
put comments in the video.
I'll have to do that. I'll have to make a mental note.
What Hungry Boy calls the Algo Beast. The Algo Beast likes comments, so whatever comments you can leave under the video, really great.
Yeah, I do often leave comments and thumbs up too. So
Comments are great. Always leave comments. They're super fun. Always.
Yes. And I always read all of my comments because I only get like up to 2 to 10.
Well, that may change someday, and you may be overwhelmed. You may
Well,
have,
you're
you may have
getting-
to pay someone to read your comments for you.
Oh my god, no!
You're getting up to
Cat
around.
flying by.
You're getting
Who
up to
does
close
this anti-derivative Jill think she is? Unsubscribed.
Jill's up to nearly 250 by now, I think.
250? No, I'm at 240.
You're getting close. Oh, you'll be at 250 in no time.
Yeah, but I'm not going to celebrate till I get to the 100. So when I get 300, then we'll have another celebration.
Oh, I bet you'll be at 300 by Christmas for sure.
Christmas.
Well, you're at 241 now, lady.
Maybe Halloween.
It won't be too long
thank
before you hit 500, I'm betting.
That's great.
You got a good channel, Jill.
Thank you. Well, I try to have fun and try to also put a little work into it. So I'm glad
you
it's
put a lot of work
appreciated.
into it.
Well, your enthusiasm is contagious, and it's just fun to hang out.
Yeah,
I like to
exactly.
hang out too. Thanks for hanging out with me today, guys.
Oh, you're
Yay.
welcome.
You're welcome.
Dalek's
Thanks for
very
having me.
quiet. What's going on, Dalek?
Yeah, no, Dalek
Yeah,
is great. You're doing okay, right, Dalek?
I'll take that as a yes.
He's probably eating dinner.
I think,
could be.
I think Dalek's away having a bite of something.
Hey,
Oh,
guys.
Lunch. Maybe tea.
Actually, Darius saw the same thing you did, Scotty.
Celebrity bowling. Oh, jeez.
I found a
A
picture
paisley
of
shirt.
Scotty on Celebrity Bowling wearing a groovy paisley shirt.
Yeah.
That sounds like a classic.
Oh, I need to watch all this stuff. Ugh. Great.
Wow. That's
oh, jeez.
impressive.
Wonderful.
I found a website where you can watch every episode of Celebrity Bowling.
Got it.
Jeez, I've always
Thank you,
wanted to do
Darius.
that.
It's good to know it's out there. Because I have to see that now.
And I've met a cool Scotty or two. Nice dogs. Oh, I've always said I wanted one of those kind of dogs because they're quiet and then they look cute.
I've heard they're very. You have to give them a job.
Mm-hmm.
They're like a terrier. You know, they are a terrier.
Yes.
And if you don't give a terrier a job, they will find a job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That reminds me, I have to recarpet my apartment.
Yeah, walkies are very important for all dogs. And Darius says Jill's catching up to me. Yeah, yeah, someday. You're up 400. Yeah, you gain subscribers faster when you're not streaming. Although, yeah, you got like 416 subscribers now. That's pretty great.
Well, when are you going to stream again, Darius?
I
You got to
know.
get back up there.
Right. I know. I need you to stream so I can ask Scotty to join your stream. I want to hear y'all talk together because y'all are both really smart and funny.
Oh, Darius and I have had a conversation or two.
Oh, you have? Great.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, sorry I've been so quiet.
Oh, that's okay, darling.
Oh, just wondering.
And
It's actually been rather joyful.
He's speaking
Kidding.
for himself.
Oh, no
I'm
problem.
kidding.
Every once in a while, though, we just like to check in on you.
Well, now that I'm
I think we
back.
woke you up, man.
Huh?
Well, now that I'm properly back, let me just say hi, Tiger Stripes,
Hello. Hi.
and who else is here?
Well, we have Scotty R37, Tiger Stripes, Bird of Prey 5, Pleasant Valley Picker CA, and Captain Time Lord Spock.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
On bass. Actually, I'm on keyboards.
And you are Dalek 47.
Yeah.
And looking very relaxed. Adolf Hitler on vibes. It's an old Bonzo Dog Doodah Band joke.
Today, Sudetenland.
Yes.
Tomorrow, the world.
That was for that was for podcasters. You can't see the names of our panelists.
Yes.
There we go.
John Rendell says, did you ever see the 1953 Canadian-produced version of Oedipus Rex with Shatner? He appears in the first scene without a mask, and then is in the mask chorus throughout. No, I haven't. That's cool.
I'm guessing that would have been a CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation television production.
Yeah, I've actually never seen any Socrates.
I've seen clips of it, but I've never seen the actual episode.
I've never seen any Socrates plays ever.
Shakespeare.
I'd love to see it though. It would be totally
Is that
awesome
Oedipus
to
Rex?
see.
Is that Socrates?
I believe it
I'm
was.
not.
Yeah, it was Shakespeare. I think for sure. Yeah.
Euripides,
What am I
Eumenides.
thinking of?
I don't know. I'm illiterate.
I don't even know if
I thought Oedipus Rex was Sophocles.
It is quite possible. I am not cultured at all.
Shakespeare on CBC too, though.
I knew this stuff once upon a time, and it's just all dribbled out of my brain. I bet Captain
It
Spock
reeks of
knows.
Sophocles. It's not Shakespeare. I'm going Sophocles.
No, it ain't Shakespeare. No.
Shakespeare.
Shakespeare
Spockspeare.
adapted all of the Greeks, but then he twisted them and made them his own.
He didn't just. That
I wonder if
cheeky
that
line
even
he
still
made.
exists in its full form.
Well, Shakespeare.
thank you, John.
Too. Yes, thank you, John. Yes, yeah, I remembered it because I read it
Or what?
over and over
Sophocles.
again for some reason in high school. And Sophocles lived to be 91 years old. I thought that was really impressive for the time.
That's
Man, that was pretty
And he
good back
smoked
in those
20 a
days.
day. True story.
And thank you, Chad, for correcting me. I am a fool.
You're
Fool for
good,
love.
though.
Yeah, well, I know Jack from
Ain't we all?
Sophocles or
Maybe.
It's on YouTube. Excellent show. Douglas Rain is also in it.
oh, cool.
wow.
oh, well, if it's
I'll
on
have to look
YouTube,
that up.
Right?
yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
YouTube's
Scotty
amazing.
definitely is.
Well, and that's it's funny talking about Shatner's early work with the Stratford Company doing Shakespeare and obviously Sophocles as well. But when he was an understudy for Christopher Plummer, and his entire inspiration for the performance is, okay, just do the opposite of whatever Christopher Plummer is doing. And so that's when Christopher Plummer was like, oh shit, this guy's good. And then obviously they reunited for Star Trek VI. So it's kind of nice to have those old Canadian
That's
broadcasts and then see how they sort of come back together. Old
Yeah,
Shakespearean
Christopher Plummer
actors.
was a pretty awesome actor.
The
Oh, yeah.
Two of
Underplumber,
them.
Bird of Prey, you've heard of Christopher Plummer, haven't you?
I may have. I have
Okay,
seen
I'm
him,
just
I've
cient.
heard of once in a while. Yeah.
But
think
he
he,
was a Klingon in that great Trek
I
movie,
would-
a really good Trek movie for a change.
There's a
Yeah.
plumber. I guess he. Well, you plumb, right, Dad?
I was obviously being sarcastic. Yes,
Of
I've
course.
heard of Christopher Plummer. I very much miss the actor, and yes, it was one of, if not the greatest Trek movies of all time, and
Yeah.
by extension, all movies of all time. Period.
Wow,
For
yeah,
me.
I'm in there.
He was
I'm
a
in
good
there.
one for sure.
Like, I don't know, today, I don't know if anybody subscribes to Dave Cullen, but he
Yeah.
put
Oh,
yeah.
out today his 10, if he was stuck on a desert island, what would his 10 movies be if I was stuck on an island? So I thought about it, and I'm like,
How
well,
to get off
shit,
the desert island?
6 of them are all Trek.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, right. You need
Movies.
6. You need all 6. Yep.
So it's really just, I guess I have 4 other movies to pick from. But he did all 10, and for somebody who's as big a Star Trek fan as he seems to be, he didn't pick a single Trek movie. I wrote in his comments, I was like, you know
Really?
what, Dave? I
Shut the
don't
front
believe you.
door.
I don't
just
believe him
don't.
either. He has to have at least one.
Yeah, I do at least one.
That
Yeah,
is
I'd have at least
nonsense.
one.
I'd have 3 at minimum, but
I would consider the 10 disc collection as one of my movies. It's like, okay, this is
That's
one.
cheating.
Fair.
You can't do a 10-disc collection as one.
I was thinking it could 2, 3, and 4 count as a single. You know, a
No,
single
no.
movie,
You
'cause
got to
they're-
go one movie at a time.
Well,
No,
Yeah.
but Bird of Prey, I subscribe to your theory, and I agree, is that you do get one trilogy as a single choice. And if you want to take 2, 3, 4 as your trilogy, I would allow it if you wanted to go
that's
to a
what I would
desert island.
definitely do.
I think
Yeah.
that's a great choice.
I think that's cheating.
No, I think that's a fair rule. Because one of my favorite movies would always be Lord of the Rings.
Right,
Trilogy.
me too. I love
Trilogy.
Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
We should
So
talk
that's
about it
like
sometime.
allowing a double album as a single one?
exactly.
Okay,
You are
so-
looking at a man, the only man, to beat the no-win scenario.
Tiger Strips, I watched Lord of the Rings every Christmas. I was wondering if you want to do maybe a Friday stream near Christmas about
Cool.
Oh, I would adore that. Thank you. Yes, please.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, and it
Yeah,
has
but
to be. It has to be the extended edition.
Yeah, of course, yes.
Yeah,
Cool.
You're my
because
kind of
there's so
people.
much missing out of the theatrical cut.
Mhm,
It's surprising.
I agree.
It's just little
Mhm.
things, and
I
they're
don't know
so
why
important to
anyone-
the story.
I don't know why anyone would do anything except watch the extended edition. They're watching it wrong.
Right. What is wrong with these people?
Which movie?
What?
I'm sorry.
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the
Oh,
Rings.
don't
Oh.
watch it.
Theatrical
Spoiled.
cut last time because it was on one of my streaming services, and it's free. And I thought, oh, okay.
Mm-mm, mm-mm.
Yeah,
That's the
no,
thing.
there was so much missing. I'd
It's
forgotten.
jarring.
Yeah,
Like the
streaming is
5-minute
overrated.
version. There's nothing there. It's a blip. I've had longer lasting sneezes.
And Lenrod, yes, I gave him a wrench because he's my friend, and I just felt like it. So there. And
So there.
So there.
I definitely believe in a ruling class, especially because you rule.
thank you. And John Rundle says, "Turn to blue. Better start breathing again. That'll fix it." Okay, great. Now I'm excited for Christmas too. But I'm just excited overall just to talk about Gene Roddenberry too.
Well, I like Christmas in general, so.
Yeah, I mentioned this on some chat I was on. I do have a friend who said she was at a restaurant. All of the fans had gone to a restaurant after the premiere of one of the Trek films, and the restaurant was close to where the premiere had been. And Roddenberry walked in and sat down with them and said, "I'm sick of all those phonies. The after party. I want to sit with the fans."
That's cool.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
wonderful.
It
Yeah.
was-
That's
yeah.
awesome.
And
Wow.
I believe her. I'm sure that's completely true.
Yeah, I'm sure. And a
Yeah.
lot of
Cool
the
story.
original series Trek actors feel that way too. They really love their fans so much. I'd had a photo op with George Takei, and he kind of made me feel, and Nichelle Nichols did this too, that kind of made me feel like nobody else was there. Like I was the
Boy,
only
you're
important
lucky.
thing in the room.
That's lovely.
Oh,
That's the way it
wow.
You're
should
so
be.
lucky.
Yeah.
You had a
Yeah,
nice
I did.
experience.
I did. A wonderful experience. Well, okay,
That's
yeah.
so good.
No, it was very clear that they were in charge and not their handlers.
Yeah, that makes a difference, boy.
It did. Yeah, right. And actually, I completely forgot I was even there for a picture. I'd turn around the camera. I was like, oh shit, I'm here to take a picture. I'm not supposed to be having, tea time with George K. What's going on?
Yeah, it's really kind of magical when people who have created a character and they've made a career on it and they've earned a bunch of money and then they give some love back to their fans. It can be surprisingly rare.
Yeah, I wish more would do that. Sometimes
Yeah.
they don't,
Well,
sadly.
I don't know. I mean, everybody's an individual. Maybe it goes to the atmosphere on set or what making the show was like. I know that on Twitter, there was some sort of supernatural convention recently because all the fans were putting their photo ops up
Oh, yeah.
on Twitter and tagging it. And those two guys and everybody in the cast, they did not just take pictures with people. They had their arms all over them in every
That's
single
cool.
photo. It was just astonishing.
Supernatural TV series you're talking, right?
Yes, yes.
I really like that. I mean, I never saw the later seasons, but
Yeah, I'm the same way. I watched it for like the first 4 or 5 years, and then they started kind of circling the plot back again.
yeah, I
It
think I
just
got
kind
into
of went back and started looping again, and I fell
Yeah.
away from it. One of these days, I will catch up on it all.
I got to binge watch it. Yeah, I think I got into like season 7, and then I think the channel here, either they stopped watching it or I just didn't feel like subscribing to the pay channel anymore. I can't remember. It's years ago, but yeah, it was good up till then. But I never watched the later seasons.
No, I think Tiger Stripes was saying that they just
They
loved their fans.
embraced
They
every
were-
single person in a picture with
Yeah.
them.
I think that's
Yeah,
cool.
You know,
I know.
in a world where no one touches each other and you have to have
Yeah.
plexiglass between you and William Shatner, and I
God.
get it, he's
Oh
old.
my God, I'm so
You
glad
know.
I had my photo op before that started
Yeah,
happening.
or everybody's wearing a mask. This
Obviously,
just
he
sort of
didn't
struck
touch
me.
people even then. There was no touching even then, but at least I got to be close.
Yeah.
So
I think that's really exceptionally cool though when the actors can actually give the fans a hug. I mean, it's
yeah,
like, wow.
John Delancey was like that.
That's just like a
wow.
a lifetime kind of memory, right?
Mhm.
That's
Well, and
really
we've been
lovely.
sharing-
It's cool.
But sharing our convention stories, I have 3. 2 are short, 1 is long.
Wonderful.
I saw Shatner and Nimoy at Fan Expo in Toronto, and didn't get to interact with them, but they were about like 15 feet away from me, so I got to be in the presence of Kirk and Spock, and I was happy enough.
True.
Yeah,
So
I
they
would be too.
and PvP, it sounds like it's one of those things where at the time I really, really wanted to go and get their autographs and talk to them and be like, what was it like fighting the Gorn on Cestus 3?
Yeah.
And then I'm glad I didn't, because I wouldn't want to walk away with that sort of feeling of not being appreciated for my affection. Although,
Yeah.
in those waves of affection, I can understand how it can become.
I still am glad that I was there and I actually got that close to my, heroes, right? Because, I mean, Nimoy's been gone for a while now, and to actually have been like 5 feet away from the guy that played Spock was pretty damn cool.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
still a great memory,
And don't forget, he directed 3 Men and a Baby.
Oh, well, that too.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
that
yeah,
was
I
my
mean,
first
even though I was
experience with Leonard
disappointed,
Nimoy.
it was still good. So.
And then my second experience was a lady on staff that I had at the time, otherwise known as ex-girlfriend, was she got
Which one?
me.
You have to be more specific.
No, I don't. So
Yeah, no, we
then,
Oh,
I
God, that's fucking there.
well, no, it's not. It's just privacy and stuff. I don't want to talk about Judy on the internet. Shit. So, but she got me a birthday present, and it was to go see the full TNG cast reunion. in Toronto again, and so I got to see the 7 core. It wasn't the one with John Delancey or like John Delancey, Denise Crosby, and Will Wheaton weren't there, but it did have Patrick Stewart, Jonathan Frakes, Brent Spiner. You know the rest. You know the thing. And that was just a fun. And also, it was before the current political climate.
Right,
So,
before they all shoved their foot directly in the mouth.
Yeah, before they all turned into douchebags.
Well, it was really interesting because a member of the audience asked, because you get to do a Q&A, and it was like talking about the diversity of the cast and how everyone had dealt with it, and Brent Spiner at the time was like, well, speaking as a black man, and like Dorn and LeVar Burton just go nuts with laughter, and the crowd goes wild, and it's just like, you couldn't get away with that joke today, Brent. I'm sorry.
I thought that was great, Brent, making that joke today. Since Data was about as white as white could be.
Well, Chris Rock always said that that we'd gotten over it if we could joke about it, and I guess now we're not over it anymore. We're
under it again.
We're under it again.
So, Scotty, you had a really wonderful time there.
I did have a wonderful time, but not as wonderful a time.
And you let that girl get away.
Well, they all get
away.
I
know, right? I was going to say.
What else?
What did you do?
Yeah.
She was perfect. Okay.
I'm a loner, Dottie, a rebel.
A rebel. You almost got it smooth.
Yeah, I know, I tripped. And then, and so then the third one, and I've told this story to Jill before, and I'm not sure who else, but I went and I saw Terry Farrell, who plays Jadzia Dax, and
it's good.
And I got a little balsa wood box so I could put my perfectly legal products in it. And
legal in Canada.
And so I go up to her and I'm like, can you sign my box? And she said, I'd be happy to sign your box. And I chuckle and I say, that's dirty. And she's like, only because you're making it that way. And I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. So I start talking about Becker, which is her Ted Danson TV show. And we talk about that for a while, and she's actually becoming rather engaged in the conversation. And I ask her why she isn't in the montage at the end of Deep Space Nine. She said, you'd have to ask the producers. And so we just keep having a wonderful time. Now, the people in line, and PvP, this sort of speaks to the horrible security that you had in Vancouver.
Yeah.
But the people in line, this is like early cell phones, and so they're taking pictures, and Terry Farrell just erupts into, you don't take pictures of me from over there, you wait in line. And I was like, do you want me to go? It was really freaky. I was like, she's mad. And she's like, no, you're cool, you can stay. And we have another 2 minutes of conversation. And I go, okay, well, I'm taking up too much of your time, so I'm gonna go. And then as I'm leaving, she's like, you remind me of Tom Bergeron. And I'm like, the host of America's Funniest Home Videos? And she's like, yeah. I'm like, is that a good thing? And she's like, well, he's hot. And I was like, wow, I think I should go before I screw this up more. Anyway, thanks. It was really nice to meet you.
Yes, you left that on the high note. I love it. I love that story. That's good.
I think I liked the ending of that story better, the way you told it the first time, though.
Oh,
yeah, you did tell it before.
Yeah, you said that she told you he's got a great body.
Yeah.
At which point you should have taken your shot, man.
Well,
you should have asked her out for dinner, man.
Or no, just coffee. You start with
coffee, dinner, whatever.
Made it there before Adam Nimoy.
Should have taken your shot, man.
You should have made the effort. You never know, right?
That's a setup.
But you also have to understand. You have to understand. I've seen enough Deep Space Nine.
It's no good telling him that now. It's not like he's got a time machine.
Oh no, that's why it's so satisfying to tell him now. Drinker has a story where he had a shot at Scarlett Johansson and he didn't take it, and of course he just regrets it to this day. So
I'll tell you, he doesn't have a transparent skull.
Better to regret something you have done than to regret something you haven't done.
Well, and also I've seen enough Deep Space Nine that I don't want to be sheer all over the place, pining over Dax and never getting anywhere. I'll make my shot when I meet Nicole DeBoer.
Well, really I met her, and I wasn't even trying to meet her. She just, she was like Jean that one day. She just wanted to sit with the fans, and so she just
I'd love to meet her.
I couldn't win that fancy dress competition. I didn't even know I was in that thing.
Yeah, she just went over to the place where they set up Quark's bar, and she sat with us because I enjoyed best to sit at the table and just
Lucky
with
you.
random fans.
Yeah.
And she sat with us.
Yeah, she's gorgeous.
Really
and
nice.
somebody said you would make a really great Dax. Yeah, she is Dax.
That's cool. Well, and that's kind of funny, Jill. I've met Jadzia and you've met Esri.
Yes.
Nice.
There's
I gotta
Raymond
say though, Scotty.
Feliciano in the chat. Hey.
I gotta say, Scotty, if any woman told me I had a hot body, I'd be making the pass.
Gotta take that shot.
Well,
Damn
I know,
right.
but
Take that shot. Who wouldn't say
earlier in the chat, I said
Especially
I was
someone that
tongue-tied.
good looking. Hell.
Oh no, and so attractive, such a lovely lady, and that's
She
the
really
thing
is beautiful. Yeah.
She is beautiful.
As I mentioned,
So
when I
beautiful
go and I see
and
the miniskirt TOS uniforms, I get tongue-tied. How do you think I would have reacted after actually being able to sit with? Once I'm like, okay, I'm going to make a move. I'm going to make a move. I'm going to make a move. That's all in my head.
Up. You just got to suck it up and go for it, man.
Be a man. Be a Kirk, not a Bashir.
Yeah, think of Kirk. What would Kirk do?
What would Jim do?
What wouldn't he do?
Yes, let's all give Scotty regrets.
Yeah, I think Kirk's probably done it all, actually, when I think about it.
Well, and McCoy's the real ladies' man. What would
He's
Bones
smooth.
do?
He's smooth.
That was a setup for this, actually. I didn't have it quite on hand quick enough.
Oh my.
I wish I were quicker with these clips.
Is it the outtakes clip where Captain Kirk's got his hands all over somebody? God, I shouldn't be laughing at that one. It still makes me laugh. It's so terrible. I feel better about it because I know that you can't feel a thing under those rocket bras, but still.
The funny thing is, back then we could laugh at stuff that, younger people are afraid to laugh at now.
Oh, it was inappropriate then too, but that was sort of the point. That's
Well, exactly.
Joke.
But we didn't get so freaked out about it. We could kind of roll with it because, we were like adults, right? Like, Now everybody's so sensitive.
My dear girl, I am a doctor. When I peek, it's in the line of duty.
I love that scene. That's so good.
It's so sweet.
Oh, boy.
And,
Yeah, people are so sensitive. It's just a bit of sexual assault.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to get grabbed that way. But actors are often very inappropriately intimate with each other backstage. I can say that.
And women wore even less. Yes, it was a part of the women's movement, freedom to wear less.
Time, right? I mean, it's that old story, right, about the miniskirts on TOS. It's like, people now think it's like, oh, it's like terrible. But I read that the actresses, like Nichelle, and they actually wanted to wear the miniskirts because it was a sign of freedom, right?
It was. That was absolutely a fashion trend in the.
Yeah.
I
mean, miniskirts were like the cool thing back in the 60s. I mean, I was a kid then. I remember, all that stuff. And people just don't know their history, and they judge it at a different standard today, right?
Yeah.
Well, and there's that episode with Abraham Lincoln, and I think someone else. Oh no, Trelane also does say it.
We've learned not to fear words.
Yes, that's from Savage Curtain. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
Savage Curtain, and now we can't even say some words apparently.
Yeah, we relearned to fear words again, then we unlearned fearing words, then we relearned fearing words.
Now it's all about fear.
Then we relearned.
Actually, Savage Curtain. I had my list earlier of Roddenberry written episodes, and actually Savage Curtain was one of the ones that Roddenberry wrote the story for.
Huh.
Oh yeah, he wrote part of it. There was a lot of cooks in the pot there, which is why it's in
Well, I've got
episode, but it has
story.
great moments.
Jill, I've got a story by Gene Roddenberry, teleplay by Gene and Arthur Heinemann.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Or Heinemann.
Was that the next one on the list? I mean, that one.
No,
was
I didn't
season.
get to season 2. Should I continue just quickly here?
Oh, sure.
I did
go
season
ahead.
1.
Since I mentioned it.
Season 2, Gene wrote A Private Little War. The story was by Don Ingalls, though. And the teleplay was by Gene, which I thought was a really good episode. That was sort of the Vietnam,
allegory.
Allegory, yeah.
Yep.
I thought that one was quite well done. probably one of Gene's better teleplays, actually. Because I hate to say it, but I often found Gene's writing for TOS to be kind of so-so.
What was the episode name again? I wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
Private Little War.
Private Little War.
Was the one where
yeah.
Kirk goes back to the planet and his friend is caught up. The Klingons are, interfering and they're arming the opposing tribe or whatever.
Right.
Was it the hill people and the valley people or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, massacring each other.
And that's another one with a godlike entity to interrupt everybody.
Well, then Kirk's friend's woman gets killed at a certain point.
Is that the one with Julie Newmar?
No, that's Friday's.
No, that's Friday's
Child. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember the actress that was in that.
It was the episode with the Mugato.
Exactly. Kirk gets bitten by the Mugato.
Oh my God!
And then she saves Kirk with that root. She puts that root on him.
My libido. Hey.
She puts that root on his shoulder and saves him. But then she gets killed by the opposing side, and that's when Kirk's friend, he just goes into hate mode, and he said basically at that point he's asks Kirk for the Federation to give them all the arms, give us more rifles or whatever, and we'll just take care of it kind of thing. So it was a very dark episode actually.
Yeah, very well done. One of the best Klingon episodes.
Yeah, I think it was one of Roddenberry's better teleplays, really. I thought he really did a really great job on that one. And I'll go on to the following one, which is probably my least favorite. Well, one of them. You guys remember this one, the Omega Glory?
Oh, the Yangs and the Calms.
And the Constitution and the American flag.
Yes. Actually, I have a... Yeah.
EPOB
I have a plan on using that episode for next.
The American flag rolled out at the end of the episode that's believable. Mm-hmm. There'd be an American flag absolutely identical to the 50 states on a planet millions of light years away. Yeah, I can believe that.
Well, yeah, even with that episode being a little bit unbelievable, that was still a great moment. It was still cool to hear the Constitution being read on.
If you were an American, it probably would be. As a Canadian, I didn't get into it. I just thought it was silly. I'm sorry.
I think that's probably the episode that gave me my love of the United States.
See? It had a good moment. And that
I just didn't buy it. I like the start, the first part of Omega Glory when they go to the other starship and everybody's reduced to powder or whatever.
Yeah.
That was very cool.
Yeah, that was creepy.
Oh, I loved it. The first 10 minutes of Omega Glory are awesome, but then it goes into this. The thing is, it's like a private little war with the Vietnam, allegory, but it's not as well done.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of ham-fisted, hits you over the head kind of thing. So.
And Snortopupus Q. Burr, Nancy Kovac, I think that is the actress who played the lady in Private Little War.
No, could be, yeah.
Let's go with that. Sounds
I wasn't a fan of Omega Glory. I thought it was probably one of the weaker episodes of season 2 overall.
Well,
and this it was not bad, but it was kind of slow.
It got cheesy at the end, but I just love the passion in which Shatner delivers the reading of the Declaration of Independence or the Constitution, Constitution,
whichever one it is.
Yeah.
Whichever one, the thing.
The thing, yeah.
He reads the preamble.
That piece of paper.
The preamble to the Constitution.
Yes.
No, I mean, I got nothing against the Constitution or the American flag. I mean, it's awesome, but it just, to me, it was just too disbelievable I just couldn't buy it.
Another alien world.
Can't wait till I review it.
Yeah, it was just on another alien world, all those light years away. I just couldn't buy it. It just took me right out of the episode at that point.
Signed by the same people that signed our Constitution?
Well, yeah, I mean, how's that going to happen, right? Anyway, let's move on to a much better episode.
Was on the Voyager.
It's a big enough galaxy. It's got to happen.
Well, and Darius,
parallel world.
Darius, Hodgkin's law of parallel planetary development.
Oh, Jesus! There's another world right now out there that's having the same conversation we are on a live stream.
Well, we should send them the link.
Well, it'd probably be a long link.
A little bit of a delay.
Yeah, like light years and years delay. Anyway, I want to
There's a
move on to the next
parallel
one.
world
Okay.
where everything's the same except their new Star Trek is as good as their old Star Trek.
I wish.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
I
Truly,
wish.
we're in the crappier planet.
Anyway, the next one I got on my list here is Bread and Circuses.
All right.
And that was co-written by Gene Roddenberry and Gene L. Kuhn.
Well, and there's another parallel Earth.
Captain.
And I thought that was actually quite a good episode.
Development.
Well, and I liked it too, especially with the captain who sort of submitted his crew to the Roman gladiatorial games in a 20th century setting. They sort of, I think his name was Merrick? Captain Merrick.
Definitely, yep. Captain Merrick.
And the proconsul or whoever the
Yeah, I can't remember the proconsul's name, but
the jerk in charge. they have sort of a banter back and forth on how Merrick is sort of a milk toast captain who would have led his crew to their demise, and then Captain Merrick.
Basically, he did, yeah.
And Captain Merrick does say, well, Jim Kirk is a different breed of captain. He's not a space captain. He's a starship captain. There's a difference.
It definitely is. But yeah, I like that episode. I like the idea of a 20th century Rome. I mean, that was kind of fun, right? And the costumes were great. The sword play was cool. Yeah, I just thought it was overall a very entertaining episode, even if it wouldn't make my top 20 list necessarily, but I thought it was still a very good episode.
Yep.
You better fight, Flavius, or we'll do a special on you.
Yeah, it was fun. It was just nice change of pace, which was one thing about season 2. Well, it was like well, I can't use that word, but the episode where there was one side that was subjugating the other side, and
let that be your last battlefield.
No, it was like the.
Oh, it's in a different one. Oh, second season. I was thinking of third season.
The NA. I won't finish the letters, but NA, letter of your choice.
The euphemism.
Oh yeah, the
patterns of force.
Patterns of force.
Say the word. Yeah, patterns of force. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, I thought that was a very good change of pace episode too, but it wasn't written by Roddenberry, so I didn't include it.
Anyway, it's so funny being on the internet nowadays and being on YouTube, because it's like that episode of The Simpsons, and it's like, what did you learn in school today, Bart? Well, we learned about hell. You can't say that. Well, I sure as hell can't say hell without talking about hell.
Yeah, well, I just don't want to get Jill Stream in trouble by saying a prohibited word, which
No, I understand.
Sadly, there some are on here, so
I understand.
Now I'm confused.
But yeah, Parents of Force, I thought was a great episode. I love the scenes where the McCoy at the end too, when he can't get the boot on. It's like the damn computer made the boot the wrong size. That was funny. Anyway, final one of season 2.
You could just say Yahtzees. That's what.
Oh, I guess I should have said Yahtzees, but
that would be a little clearer. Now I remember.
My brain wasn't working.
Spock tells Kirk, "You'd make a very convincing Yahtzee."
That was a fun line. Yeah.
Well, and the irony of it also being like with William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy being Jewish. It's really
very true. Exactly.
It's weird to have them in those uniforms, and even now, like we can't say the word, but back then it was an acknowledgement, because if you wanted to sort of undercut something, you would mock it, or you would sort of pantomime it and point out the foibles.
Well, it was like actually during the 30s, when that evil empire, so to speak, was existing in the real world. There were a lot of artists that actually used their art back in Germany in those days to, basically mock and undercut, the totalitarian system that they were under. If you ever want to, go and look up art history, I mean, there's a few artists that were very, very brutal and mocking, what was going on back in those days. So it's definitely a tradition, in art.
That's why the producers does a better job of doing that than American History X. In fact, Lindsay Ellis has done an excellent video essay about just that.
Yeah, there were some really brilliant artists that really did. They used their art to basically attack the political system.
Well,
anyway,
and I think in that episode as well, Gene does. It's interesting that he had a hand in writing the episode because he did sort of have opinions on it and talking about it and undercutting it. Although there is a moment in the show where they do say, there is a matter of German efficiency, let's call it, and that's why they John Gill, the historian, implements it because he was trying to help the Melkoshians.
They're the most efficient state
Have you
that
ever
ever
worked
existed
in Germany?
or something
It's
was
a
on.
myth.
But actually, Roddenberry, I don't think had any part in writing Powers of Force, Scotty.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah, we just kind of got sidetracked into that.
We got.
But it wasn't on my list.
Oh, because it's another parallel Earth thing.
It's another parallel Earth, yes.
Yeah, I like those stories. They're kind of fun. Anyway, speaking of parallel Earths or Earth in general, the final one of season 2 that Gene had his hand in was Assignment Earth, story by Gene Roddenberry and Art Wallace, teleplay by Art Wallace. Now that was one I really, really liked.
That was the backdoor pilot, right?
Yeah, the backdoor pilot
right.
with what was it, Gary 7 or whatever I think his name was. I thought that was a really cool episode. It was a lot of fun.
And the kitty cat lady.
And the kitty cat, yeah. And what's her name? What's her name as his assistant?
Miss Lincoln, played by Terry Garr.
Terry Garr, yeah, she was so cool in that. She was awesome in that episode.
Because it was going to be a spin-off, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was hopefully to be a spin-off series, but it never happened, unfortunately. But I think it could have been a very interesting series if they'd actually gone with it. But oh well.
Well,
it didn't happen.
Apparently, Terry Garr is not the most forthcoming discussing that particular part of her career.
Okay. Well, yeah, I think Terry Garr's kind of a little bit complex from what I've read about her. She has her issues, so to speak. So. But yeah, yes. I thought that was a fun episode. You know, it was nice once again for them to go back, to the 20th century on Earth and, go through the whole plot line. I thought it was a solid season ender.
Well, and it was a backdoor pilot for Picard season 2.
My only problem with it is that the time travel they use is just like research.
Far too casual.
Yeah, it's just like, oh, we're just going back in time for fun, and they never usually it's for an accident or for a mission, something they have to do.
Something consequences.
No, it's just
Jill, they had to go back in time to make the pilot for another series.
Yeah.
That was the whole reason.
I know, but I always want an in-universe reason.
Oh, well. Nothing is. Unfortunately, Spock would be disappointed because everything isn't logical always. So.
Yeah, well, me too.
But
after you get through that, I do like the episode more or less.
I thought it was just a fun episode. I mean, it's not necessarily a deep episode, but you kind of turn your brain off. It's fun to watch. So. Anyway,
this is rolling in the.
I just want to do the last two here. He actually, I was surprised. He actually contributed to a couple of season 3 episodes, which I was not expecting.
Yeah, because you think he checked out at season 3.
Yeah,
because the
I thought he had
him.
totally walked away by season 3, but actually there are 2 episodes that have his name on them. The first one is The Savage Curtain.
Mm-hmm.
Story by Gene Roddenberry, teleplay by Gene and Arthur Heinemann once again. And yeah, I thought that was kind of a mixed bag episode, though I do love the Lincoln scene with Uhura, and where it's that we learn not to fear words, a line. I thought it was one of the great lines in the series, really, but it was kind of a mediocre episode, I think, overall.
Sorry, Cap.
I was say, since we've not learned, soon we won't even be able to say Yahtzee, because Yahtzee won't mean Yahtzee. It's going to mean the other thing. Then we're going to have to come up with another euphemism for that dice game, and soon there'll be no more words left. Anyway, back to you, Scotty, in the studio.
Well, and I think that the contribution to the Savage Curtain, I would hope that some of it had to do with Gene's contribution would be towards Surak, because that's the first time you see Surak.
That's what I wanted to say. Yeah,
probably
the first time.
I would think, I would think Gene had a lot to do with that character, yeah.
Well, and a lot of the time, Leonard Nimoy had sort of the lion's share of contribution to the lore of Vulcans. But, you know, I do hope... Well, no, but Gene created the Idic as well, didn't he?
I really am not sure.
Yeah, I think so.
So I like those. While I agree with you that the Savage Curtain isn't necessarily the best episode, it does build up. Like, that's the first K-less episode. And then you get Colonel Green, which is a huge part of the Star Trek novel Federation. And I think Colonel Green comes up again in Enterprise. But no, just a lot of jumping off points for the rest of the greater world building of Star Trek come from the Savage Curtain.
And for the listeners out there, IDIC is infinite diversity and infinite combinations.
Infinite. That's all the combos.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that Star Trek basically summed up everything that was good back then, and now the woke crowd is trying to reinvent that and doing it really, really badly?
Infinite diversity. Infinite diversity and segregated.
Like now, it's like now diversity, except if you're like, you know, a toxic white male or whatever. You know.
Hey, I'm one of them.
Yeah, so am I, but I don't count anymore, right?
No, it doesn't matter. I'm not part of the demographic.
Yeah, I don't care either. It's all BS anyway. But anyway.
Well, no, it's kind of like it's kind of like Scotty walking up to the holodeck and being like, "I just want the original, no bloody A, B, C, or D."
That's one thing I would love to see, some Scotty episodes in the holodeck. Man, that could have been fun.
Yeah.
Oh no.
I would love more Scotty.
When you touch the ship, Scotty, you touch me.
I would have loved to see him like become a engineering professor at Starfleet Academy or something. Or
yeah, I wish they'd spun off a Scotty series. That would have been awesome.
Well, there is a series of books. I think it's the Starfleet Corps of Engineers, and he is the primary character.
Nice.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's my problem. I need to start reading Star Trek books now.
Yeah, I got to start reading again. I haven't read stuff in a while.
That'll be
Savage Curtain, I thought it was a good episode, but it kind of got bogged down in the fight scenes going on and on and on towards the last part of the episode. So
yeah, that was part of the corporate problem in season 3 where they wanted more action and stuff instead of what Star Trek is about.
I just found it got tedious for me after a while, though. But I think it's a decent episode, but not a great one.
Like, Star Trek can have action, but there has to be some meaning behind it. Why
exactly. It's got to have a point to it, right? So,
men's flares.
Anyway, there's the final one. We've arrived at the final Roddenberry influenced writing, and that is an episode much, much less than Savage Curtain. Turnabout Intruder.
You're kidding. I was afraid you were going to say that.
Story by
I
Gene
didn't realize
Roddenberry.
He wrote that last episode. Some people actually really like that episode, but it's not one of my favorites.
Story by Gene Roddenberry, teleplay by Arthur Singer. One of the episodes I can honestly say I truly, truly hate.
Oh, good.
Well, less said about it, the better.
I just think it's a god-awful episode.
I do too.
I think I had an... Oh, that's the one where Janice Lester, an old flame of Captain Kirk, and she body swaps with Kirk.
Oh, God, that was hilarious. Because,
right in the first part of the episode.
Because Shatner gets to play a woman, basically, and he's really vamping it up. It's so funny.
Yeah, that's probably one of the episodes where the Shatner haters, that call him an over-actor, like in everything he's ever done, which basically that's bullshit, because most of his performances are pretty damn subtle. Yeah. But they probably based their hate on him from this episode and a few others.
Yeah, it's
because he really his performance was pretty bad.
Some people really love this episode, and I respect their opinion.
Well, I don't want to really talk to them.
John Rendell is cleaning my basement. Just found the TV guide from September 1993 with Shatner on the cover with behind-the-scenes stories as the title of the article.
Nice
edition. Wow, I want to clean your basement.
I remember reading an old issue of Starlog, and it was an interview with William Shatner, and the interviewer said, "You famously played a woman in the last episode of Star Trek. And how would you feel about becoming a woman? And Shatner's response being exceptionally Bill. He's like, I don't think I would do it because I would miss the sound of my balls clanging. That is what his response was to that episode. So,
and I used to, when I had a job, I listened a lot to Howard Stern for quite a while. That's, it was all live radio. It was pretty engaging. And Stern had a bit that he used to do that he called the basement. And so there would be sound effects, they would walk down into the basement. And then once they got in the basement, you could kind of hear a mechanical hum and water dripping. And the whole gag of the basement was that as you descended into the basement, you became flamingly homosexual. And almost all actors were really uncomfortable with this. And the only person I ever heard completely dive in and play along was the Shat. He was just,
Nice.
he was up for it. He got it immediately. He didn't have to have it explained to him. He just he dived right in.
Oh,
Well,
look
surely
at
one from
Shatner's
the
career.
basement.
I mean, he dives into everything, right? I mean, he's done so many things.
Surely instead of the basement, it
TV,
should have been the
books,
closet.
movies. I mean,
No, it was the
he
basement.
just rolls
I
with it.
remember it vividly because he would ask a lot of actors down there, and they would go, "What are we doing? I'm not comfortable with this." People would get uptight.
No,
Yeah,
'cause
but it's
coming
not
out
real,
is-
right?
is
That's what
called
Shatner
coming
got.
out the
It's just
closet.
like it's entertainment.
Well,
It's
it
not
wasn't just
reality.
that they were, homosexual. They were flaming.
Oh,
you had to,
people
you
are-
had to okay, and what's your name? What's your girl name? And the whole thing. Just
Wilhelmina.
they would always make me
Wilhelmina,
laugh.
yeah, that'd be a good one.
That's funny. Now, I watched the San Diego Comic-Con panel from this year with Kevin Smith, a conversation with William Shatner, and there comes a point where Shatner's, I think he swears first, and then Kevin Smith is just like, "I'm so excited you said fuck. That's all I cared about," and Bill just is like, "Well, I'll say fuck. It's fine. I'll say it anytime I fucking want." He'll play with anybody. He's an excellent improvisational actor, and I think that his comedy is
really
great.
is.
Don't forget Denny Crane.
Great.
Denny Crane.
Shatner keeps it real, always.
Hmm.
I liked him in T.J. Hooker, too. I thought that was a good show.
I never seen T.J. Hooker.
Oh,
I
you gotta watch that,
remember
Joe.
it.
No, I don't.
Oh, it's a fun show. I'll tell you, though, the first season is only, I think, 6 episodes, and it starts off
Oh, really?
kind of
Okay, well,
dark.
maybe I'll watch season 1.
It starts
watch
off really kind of dark, and then they kind of lighten it up in the later seasons. But it's a good show. I mean, it's a cop show basically, but it's a well done cop show. And there is an episode where Leonard Nimoy appears as a bad guy.
Oh, that's cool.
So
Yeah.
watch
Then
that
what season
episode,
is
and
that?
You
that's
definitely
it.
got to put that on your watch
What
list.
season is the Nimoy episode?
I'd have to check.
Oh, okay.
I don't know off the top of my head, but I could look it up later. I will
The
let you
hell
know
they
next.
are.
I will look it up and let you know next time.
Okay, thank you. The hell they are, your whales. There's my favorite Star Trek movie.
Oh, it's not really anything to do with Star Trek, but by the way, Scotty, you're in the comic now. You're in my comic.
You told me before.
All right, well, you
But-
definitely is now from the first page.
Oh.
John
Okay.
Randall says, all I remember of T.J. Hooker was the commercial with Shatner doing the obligatory cliched slide across the hood of a police car.
Yeah, he
Cool.
did slide across the hood of a few police cars in that series, definitely. Shatner was still, young enough and in good enough shape, though, to pull it off, right? Back in the 80s.
Well, for this stream, I also started reading. I just started. I only read like 20 pages of Gene Roddenberry's authorized biography by David Alexander. And So
Oh.
I didn't get too far into it, but one of the introductions is by Ray Bradbury, and there was a sweet story in it. Some people would mistake him for Gene and how much they love, and tell him how much they love Star Trek. And so Bradbury, not wanting to disappoint, would just say thank you. And so somehow their mail even got mixed up. And
Oh, no.
and so they would send each other's mail, like, oh, this is Star Trek, this is for you, this is Martian Chronicles, this is for you. And that seemed that seemed really neat that two honorable storytellers like that got mixed up, and the whole thing is great if you want to read it.
But
He
not by
brings up.
having. They did have similar names or addresses. They got each other's mail because they look the same.
I have no idea.
A
Well,
bit
I
like
have no
Scotty
idea.
getting Buddy Holly's
I have
mail.
no idea why the mail got mixed up. That confuses me too, Captain. I have no clue.
Buddy
It's
Holly's
totally
mail. That's a
illogical.
good one.
But this happens.
That was a nice one.
Every day.
Every day.
I have no clue how that happened with the mail. Like meeting them on the street, that makes sense. But the mail getting mixed up, I don't know.
That is weird.
It is
That is
super weird. I have no idea, but it was in this book. So And he also talks about his great grandmother's journey of mortality towards the end of her life. But it ends with regarding being mixed up with Jean. He said after Jean's death, he said, if anyone would tell him, Mr. Roddenberry, I thought you were dead, Bradbury said his answer would be, not as long as I'm alive. So not as
Good
long as
answer.
you're alive. Right?
Good answer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
And I
told
go
you that
ahead.
story about how Bradbury tried to put himself over as Roddenberry to me once.
Wait, really?
I haven't heard
Yeah,
that one.
yeah. I was working a green room for a local convention, and he was one of the guests. I was handing out name tags, and he walked in, and he said, "Hello, I'm Gene Roddenberry." And there was this pause, and everybody in the room kind of looked at me, and I said, "Oh, Mr. Bradbury, we all know who you are."
Yay!
Nice.
That's great.
I'm so glad you knew better.
Oh, yes, I did know better. But he was counting on me not. The joke was supposed to be on me. So.
Yeah,
Boy, it's
you
not
turned
every
that
day you
around
get
on
to
him.
put the joke over on someone that famous.
Well, and to outsmart Ray Bradbury, good for you.
That was a gutsy
Oh, it's
move.
not outsmarting. It's just more
Gutsy
like a
move
game
there,
of
Tire
ping
Strike.
pong. I might have even been warned, I think. I remember but yeah.
Either way, that's a nice interaction.
Very,
Yeah, I
very
agree.
gutsy move.
It was. I think there's a backhanded compliment in there, but I'm not going to dig for it.
No, I didn't hear one.
Not at all. Sincere admiration.
No.
Yeah, very,
I
very
know
cool.
Scotty, that was
Oh no, I meant from
Oh,
Mr.
from
Bradbury.
Oh, from Bradbury.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, it probably was. But
Oh,
you
I
impressed
wonder if
him
you were
that
talking
day,
about me there for a
I'm
second.
sure. Lenrod said maybe FedEx was delivering their mail. I always get neighbors' packages from them, and my neighbors get mine. I hate FedEx so much. I also found it interesting that this book talked about his death first instead of his birth. It talked about his friends and family visiting and how closer he and Major got over the past year when his health was declining.
Oliver Stone influence?
And it was very well written if you ever want to read it. It was heartbreaking and it plays in your mind like a movie.
Which book is this?
And this is the authorized biography of Gene Roddenberry by David Alexander.
Okay.
And Gene knew what he was doing when he hired David Alexander for his biography, because I'm gripped. I'm gonna, after this live stream or sometime, I'm gonna find some time to get through this book and see what I can glean from it. And it's just, I just started reading it, and I want more.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And then from there, it does go into his birth, and it turns out he was born with his placenta partially covering him, which meant the doctor called him a veiled baby. And the doctor recounted a superstition that a veiled baby is gifted with a second sight to see the future.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
And that's as far as I got in that.
That's super cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
It'll be harrowing to hear about that plane crash again, too, to revisit that story.
Yeah, once I get there again, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, as a person who hates FedEx, do you watch Castaway in a different light? Do you just hope that Tom Hanks is going to stay on that damned island? Jill, have you ever seen Castaway?
Yes, I've seen Castaway. I love Castaway.
Yay!
It's a great, quiet movie, and I love
Wilson.
Yeah, I love it.
We all love Wilson.
Yes, Wilson.
Where's
Yes,
Phillips?
volleyball. Phillips.
Wilson Phillips.
There you go.
It's after your
So good.
time, Jill. It's because
After it.
we are
Okay.
so very old.
Never seen Castaway. said Linrod. It's very good.
You wouldn't like it. It's about a guy who works for FedEx.
He eventually. Well, okay, I don't want to spoil it then. Well, I mean, it's an old movie, but yeah, he takes care of that package. There's just that one. The rest of them, he opens them up.
Lovely.
Good movie. You didn't think it would be a good movie with just one guy trying to survive and almost no talking the entire time.
But it does involve a plane crash, so that's why we're discussing Castaway on Gene Roddenberry's 101st birthday.
Yeah. Well, I think we're at the part of the stream where I've gone through what I had to say about Gene. So if anybody wants to talk about anything, we can do that now until I close the stream.
Actually, go ahead, Scotty.
PvP, thank you. No, actually, I do have to get going, but I did want to just finish up with one thought.
Oh, sure.
Because it was, I think, the first time that I really, because it would have been during the 25th anniversary, and Next Generation was on, and Gene sort of hosted the history of Star Trek and where people are going, but it did infuse it with his humanist perspective. And in one of the interviews, it's, at the time, ancient aliens building the pyramids was becoming more prominent, and he just sort of speaks with a soft-spoken frustration, and it's like, no, aliens didn't build the pyramids. People built the pyramids because we're intelligent and strong and resourceful, and so when we're looking to the stars, it's not because aliens came and helped us. We're vibrant creatures, not this. No, wait, sorry, I'm getting my quotes mixed up. Not this crude matter. But no, I thought that was the thing that sort of made me think of, like, yeah, it's people that can do this stuff, and it's the humanist and cooperative nature of the philosophy that he put forth in his storytelling that I really, really liked. And if he made a buck or two off of it and did some blow, what of it?
Yeah, I agree. He loved humanity, and that was well put. Thank you.
You work hard, you play hard, right?
Bingo.
And I want to thank you so much for being on the panel today, Scotty.
Thanks, Jill. It's always a pleasure to hang out and talk Star Trek with you.
Yes,
I just want to say one thing to Scotty before he leaves, if I may.
Where did Scotty go?
Oh, Scotty gone already?
No,
Crap.
he's here. He was behind my gift.
I just wanted to say I totally agree with Scotty's comment about, people built the pyramids. Like, you always hear like it must have been aliens, but they must have had engineers back in ancient Egypt that built those, right? You know what I would love to know is I would love to actually know the exact engineering techniques that the builders back in Egypt used back then to build those pyramids.
The question.
That would be fabulous. I would love to know that.
And just because people can't find it out, that's why they turn to some other force.
Well, that's why they go to alternative theories, right?
But people can't realize that humans from the past could know something we don't know.
Well, exactly. Just because they were living thousands of years ago doesn't mean they didn't have the intelligence level to create great, building techniques and strategies to build these things, right? We have this arrogance, like we think, oh, we're the modern age. We know more than any civilization did thousands of years ago, but that's not necessarily true, really. So
Leonard says the pyramid thing was figured out some time ago. It turns out the rocks were a form of concrete.
That's my understanding that it's still a mystery and no one knows and it's never been figured out. But I guess
I've never heard any. I've never heard an exact.
Oh, me neither.
Theory.
So none of the monster blocks were moved as blocks; they were all molded.
But the fact we don't know means that it's not aliens, or if we don't know that it was aliens. That's for sure. So it could be definitely humans.
Well, and I'm willing to grant lost knowledge, like.
Yeah.
Let's be fair. There are episodes of Doctor Who that have been lost to time. I'm pretty sure how they built the pyramids.
Well, they were lost
maybe
because the BBC wiped the tapes.
Right, but I'm just saying that even in the modern era, there is lost knowledge.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's easy for things to get lost in time. Hey, it's like
hopefully Gene Roddenberry isn't one of them.
No, I don't think he will be. If we're still remembering 31 years after he passed. So.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And so thank you for putting up my link in the chat. If you guys want to go to the Phantasmagorium, that would be fabu. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Dalek. Thank you, Bird of Prey. I will get my money back, I swear. PvP, Tiger. Thank you so much for hanging out and listening to me ramble. And
awesome,
Jill,
man.
as always.
Well, please plug your channel.
I did. I don't want to do a whole big thing.
Okay. Well, go to his channel next Wednesday for a review of The Hateful Eight with Cinema Gulp.
Put a link in the chat
do a whole
Jill.
big thing.
Well, I
Anyway.
did the thing for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You're lovely as always. I will see you guys in the future, and thanks again.
Yeah, it was
Bye.
fun.
Later.
See you again
Bye.
soon. Bye.
All right. Cool. Scotty's always wonderful and great.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Scotty's fun.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So what's the next topic about Gene?
Oh, I'm all out of topics.
What about Gene's love life? Are we going to bring that
Are
up
we there?
at all?
Oh, I think we tapped on that. That's
Yeah, I think we got enough there.
We got enough of that one? Okay. I just thought I'd mention it.
The pyramids are from IKEA. They were supposed to be.
Now there you go. There's a theory I can get behind.
They just got assembled incorrectly. Lenrod said the Egyptian language was lost for a long time, not until the Rosetta Stone was found. Yeah.
True story. Triple
Yeah, the Rosetta
translation.
Stone was pretty cool.
Yeah, it is. John Rendell says, Scotty R37, see Chris Macy regarding how the pyramids were built. Video on YouTube. The stones were floated into place, not cast. This is incredible. This is incredible that this is the topic that we end up on, that Scotty brought up, because one of my first live stream that I went on with Captain Time Lord Spock was regarding this topic.
Yep. In fact, two of our biggest, most important live streams: 7 hours on the pyramids and 7 hours on the difference between a biscuit and a cookie.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was another exciting moment.
Both
I enjoyed
important in their
I'm
own
sure
way.
you exaggerate.
No, I was
No,
there for
not
that
at all.
too.
7 hours.
He had it.
Thanks.
He had an incredible plate full of cookies.
And biscuits, and shortbreads, and Jaffa cakes. And I scoffed the whole lot while Jill watched.
Yep.
In the name of science.
Yeah, good streams. John Rendell says one of my favorite topics. It's great when a stream goes way off topic. Yeah, that's fine now if it wants to.
In fact, we ended up agreeing to actually go to the pyramids to answer the questions that we couldn't quite answer or agree on, like whether they were tombs.
Oh, right.
So at one
Yeah.
point, Spidey, Cam, and I were going to go on to a mission to the pyramids so we could report back to Jill live from the pyramids.
Mm-hmm. But you told me that was cancelled. So.
Yeah, well, they haven't cancelled it, so they might go.
Okay, they might go. Leonard says it's great when the stream goes off topic, and the stream needs some topical ointment, says Stormtrooper.
Topical topic.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and Lenrod brings up a Stargate point. They're just landing pads, like in Stargate for the gold. So they had to build. For Stargate, they built these ships that would fit onto the tops of the pyramids.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah.
Anything that is, as long as it's not a tomb. Yeah, anything but a tomb.
So landing pads, okay.
Or grain storage. Or an accident. No one's saying they're an accident.
You can put your weed in there.
You're perfectly legal product. Yeah. So yeah, I had a good time talking about Gene Roddenberry with all of you. Thank you guys for joining me.
Oh, thank you.
And also, I want to go through the chat and thank everybody who's here. Bird of Prey 5 in the chat and on the panel.
Sorry,
Good old body. Hooray for body.
Fall over. Not me fall. I dropped something.
Oh yeah, I would not want to hear that you fell. That would be terrifying.
Sassy is cleaning up most of it. To be
Oh,
fair.
okay. Yeah, dogs are good little Roombas, aren't they?
Absolutely.
I forget what type of dog is Sassy.
Sassy's a beagle.
Beagle, right. We'll see.
Boy, that's an early one, Jill.
Yeah.
I typed that one hours ago.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I just want to go through the chat and thank everybody's in the chat. And Raymond,
Okie
please,
dokie.
you were there. You
Yeah, I
woke
typed
up.
that one like around before
slept-
8 o'clock.
I sleep through my alarms too, so I have several alarms. I have alarm on my phone, alarm on a tablet, and alarm on my alarm clock, and one of them wakes me up.
That's thorough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I put them in different places, so I have to get up and turn them on.
Jeez, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just have one online one that I have on a website that it goes for like 10 minutes. So I usually
you just got to make sure that the computer won't hibernate or go into sleep.
Oh, I've had that happen a few times, and I've been almost late for work. Yeah.
And I want to thank Raymond Feliciano for being here too. He's got his King Dolphin TV channel, really wonderful channel. Just hit 200 subs. We had a good party, and he interviews a bunch of people, a bunch of authors, and he interviews other YouTubers and pilots, just about anybody who has who writes comic books and stuff, and books and everything. And then and Captain Time Lord Spock was here. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having me. Hooray!
Yeah, and LGG said hi. So hi,
Hooray.
Pickles. Okay, indeed. I think we had a good time, and the best ghost scenario says, so he was here too, and he subbed. So I'm very happy for that. Thank you. And I guess he shows up a lot on your streams, Bird of Prey 5.
Vasco, yes, he does. He does his own streams.
So. Oh, he does his own streams too.
Yes,
okay, I didn't realize he had a. I didn't realize he had a channel. I'll grab his link for next time. I can't do that right now, or I'll have a bunch of dead air trying to figure out what I'm doing. So I know myself already. I've done this before a few times. Hungry Boy was here, but he's long asleep. He probably lasted like 20 minutes before he passed out. But he just wanted to say hi, so that's good. And James Caserta was here too. Gene Roddenberry did something no one had done before or since. It was mystical. He is Star Trek. And I read that before, but I read it again. I agree.
It's a good one. Here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And thank you also for being here, the Phantom Boomer. Great friend of the chats. I see him all around all the streams. And thank you for being here also, Darius Munchausen. He provided a lot of great chats. Knowledgeable guy, funny guy. And James Caserta, I think I said thank you to him too, right?
Mm-hmm. Indeed.
And Lenrod, thanks to Lenrod. He's my newest wrench here. And I know him a lot from Raymond Feliciano streams. He does a great job, and he's a great chatter too. And we're nothing without the chat, as Captain Time Lord Spock likes to say, and it's absolutely true. And the panel does a great job of filling in conversation, and the chat put together just makes for a very rich stream, and just way better than anything I could do by myself. I'm grateful that everybody always wants to hang out. And thank you for being here, the Tokyo Trekker. He has a YouTube channel too, which I don't have handy either. I don't think I have it handy yet. No, I don't, but I'll get that one too. I guess I could write it down. I actually have a pen and paper, so I can remember to grab these links later. The Tokyo Trekker and the Bosco scenario. And yeah, lots of fun stuff. And next year, I'll know more about Gene, and we can maybe do it again. It'll be Saturday though next year. I don't do Saturday streams, so maybe I'll let somebody else do it. Or maybe we'll do it on Phantasmagorium channel if Scotty wants to. We'll see. I also have a channel, obviously. I'm reviewing TOS on Tuesday at this 11 a.m. Central, and the animated series with Pop Culture Curator, both Pop Culture Curator, on Mondays. So it was at 9 p.m. Central, but then I remembered that's when Clobby streams his comic book show. So now I'm moving it back to 7 p.m. Central. Yeah, no, I mean I don't move my streams for just anybody. Clobby is one, and Paula Beater Gamer.
Yeah, Clobby has a lot of streams on during the week, doesn't he?
Oh yeah, I know he streams almost every day. So
he's got like 3 or 4 at least.
Yeah. So I mean, he doesn't mind people over streaming him, but I mind. So that's just a me thing.
Well, it's very courteous, Joe.
Yeah. Yeah. Not everybody gets that distinction.
There's so many streams.
Yeah,
though.
exactly.
It's hard,
I'm always going to be stepping on somebody. I might be stepping on Orville Nation. I know he likes to do Latchcom, but I can't. I got to do streams when I can do them.
I'm going to a Ghostbusters reference. It is hard not to cross the streams.
Yeah, exactly. I'm on 3 times a day, so you're going to overlap with me. It's inevitable. Unless you're Dalek, I will drop everything for Dalek.
Yeah, right. That's great. I wish I could have made it to Dalek's stream.
Unless I'm trying to entice Dalek onto my stream. At the moment, so I've got to say, Dalek's been a real bonus. Every time I get Dalek. Sorry, it's 7 o'clock in the morning over here. I've been up all night. Every time Dalek comes on, it's like Dallas. Chuckle City, and the subs go through the roof. Brilliant.
And thank you also, Matt G, for being here. You're always great to have around. And also Snortapoopus Cuber, you're always very funny.
Snorty.
I think there was a funny thing that you mentioned that I never read. So when I pass by it again, I'll read it. Yeah, Snorty's always great.
They were going on about baby seal popsicles or something. It was a little vaguely disturbing, but funny.
Oh yeah, that stuff, that kind of thing. If you like that kind of thing, that's Raymond Feliciano's chat going off there. So he has this Saturday stream, which we'll have tomorrow. Oh, maybe next year Raymond wants to do a thing for June, because since it's Saturday. But it's also his wedding anniversary this weekend, I think.
Oh, you too, huh?
So that'll be fun. It'll be a fun show tomorrow. So go to Just Cuz tomorrow if you can at 4 p.m. Central Time. He'll have a really great stream going on, and it's always a party.
And remember, folks, even if you're divorced, you can still wish happy anniversary. That's what Gene Roddenberry would want.
Yeah, Gene did get divorced at a certain point in his life.
To boldly go where no man has gone before. Divorce.
Yeah, he boldly went where, many times. Hey, speaking of Saturday, Jill, what time are you going on to watch Star Trek tomorrow?
Oh, 11 a.m.
11 a.m. Okay. Can you send me a link tomorrow?
Yes.
Then that would be
awesome.
I will. Awesome. Because I would like to.
Anybody who wants to come watch Deep Space Nine, I'll make sure you're following me on Twitter, and I'll share the link there.
You can send it to my email, Jill, like you did last time.
Yeah, I will.
Because I'm not on Twitter.
But I'm just talking to everybody else.
Yeah. Because I haven't seen those episodes in ages.
I played the last 3 episodes of Deep Space Nine season 1.
I need to see them.
Yes, me too. And so I was, it helps me. It helps me too. This is helpful.
What platform do you do that on?
Cosme.
Ah.
Oh, and thank you for
being.
That. Yeah, it's really cool. It really works out, and I figured out, how to make sure I could play it without it. Eventually, without it skipping. I eventually figure it out so that it was syncing.
Actually, you did, Jill. I remember there were a couple times that sound got out of sync, but you just restarted it and it was fine. So
yeah, I think the main problem was I was playing it from my media server, so I just dragged the files directly onto my desktop, and that fixed the issue. I think.
The old drag the file from the media server directly onto the desktop trick, eh?
Overall, though, the quality was awesome. I didn't mind even if the audio was a bit out of sync. It didn't bother me at all, really. So.
And also thanks to Pop Culture Curator for being here. and he's my co-host on our TOS and TAS reviews. It is a really special thing that I finally got to talk about Star Trek on my channel. And my very first video was a video with Pop Culture Curator talking about DeForest Kelley and his poetry regarding the Star Trek movies and his experience with Star Trek and his love for the fans. And it was just a really great stream about him. And Matchy always wants us to remember to subscribe to Overlord DVD, who is Doomcock. And tonight at 7 p.m., you're going to be able to catch him, Doomcock, in Friday Night Frolics, where he sings, tells stories, tells jokes, and reads from the chat. Even if you don't send a super chat home, sometimes if you're lucky, he'll read it.
True story. Top tip. If you mention Betty Page or Blade Runner, it's 50-50 already.
Yeah, actually.
What's the heavy sigh, Dalek?
You about to wrap up, Jill?
Oh yeah, I'm working on wrapping up, but I'm just acknowledging
all the
chat.
bases.
Jill will get there eventually.
Do you need to leave right now, Dalek?
Is it tea time?
Yes, actually, I do.
Okay. Thank you for telling me.
Okay.
Sorry, I was so quiet for so long.
No, it's totally fine. No, it's cool. As long as there's room on the panel, you can sit here and just say nothing. It's totally fine. And you did tell us what you felt about Jean earlier, which is mostly what I needed. Yeah. And you did good. So what do you want to tell us about your channel?
There's not really that much to tell, really, because I just do live streams where anyone can come on and we can chat about, well, pretty much this or that about pop culture. I might sometimes do reviews, which I've not done for a while. But and recently I've come to today I've come to a decision about trying to keep my live streams to a certain length, because I realized that
that you don't want to do super long live streams. 3 hours is good enough. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I just really long live streams. I just can't do it.
Okay. Yeah, that's totally cool.
I'm not like the captain.
Well, it made me think, could I do 7 hours? I have no idea, because at this point is the perfect time for me. I feel the same. I think for me, 4 hours is obviously my limit. I'm about to hit it, and I'm wrapping up. So, not every streamer is the same. So you got to listen to yourself on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just do what you want to do, basically.
Mm-hmm. Don't go over the top. I always stop after 12 hours.
Not everybody wants to have a 72-hour stream. Who did that? There was somebody who did like was it 72 hours or 50 hours? I forget. That Deej Odyssey did.
Jeez, that's a lot of hours.
It's never the same again.
Yeah, it's like a marathon.
No. It was Jedi Bill. Jedi Bill is the one who did 50 hours or something like that.
50 hours? Oh my God.
Yeah, Jedi Bill.
Remember that?
Yeah, you did do that over last New Year's, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Did he sleep through half of those?
He had little breaks where he would during the panel, as long as he was sitting in his chair.
Yeah, he was asleep for 36 of those hours, but technically he was online, so it's still
At some point, I really start to worry about people. So I think you should make it as long as you like, Dalek.
In all seriousness,
say, hey, we're going for 2 hours, and then you're done. I love that.
My advice to all YouTubers: never quote an end time, never even quote a start time. Just don't do it. It's never gonna just
just start and then do it.
Yes.
Just don't even tell them. Just, hi, it's the captain. I'm just getting my coffee on. I'm not awake yet. Oh, looks like I'm online. Hello, everyone.
Yes, it's just like you say, Captain. That the only people who know how long the live stream is going to be are those who are watching in the replay. And thank you for all of.
Yeah.
Thank you also.
Yes.
Yeah, Captain. I suppose you're right. Maybe sometimes I should maybe just at least set a start time, but don't set an end time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it.
Yeah, that's the way to go, I think.
Yeah, that's what I did.
All under Murphy's Law.
Absolutely.
Just Do a start time and keep them guessing.
And we'll be looking forward to your next one, Dalek.
I didn't do a start time. You'll always be
Hopefully
late.
next time I can join you.
Which I might, well, obviously I'm not gonna stream tonight for obvious reasons, but maybe I'll stream on Saturday. So we'll see.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Nice.
That'd be great. I look forward to it.
But yeah. But anyway, I think that's about it. God, I should probably get back to reviewing something sometime.
Oh yeah, I actually really enjoyed when you were trying to review that Dalek episode. That
Genesis of the Daleks.
Yeah, not even having seen any of Classic Who, I enjoyed your stream very much. So I would like you to do some review streams, but maybe do slideshows instead of actually stepping through the video.
Yeah, I should do something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I never have any trouble with slideshows. I don't step through the video. That's dangerous.
Well, anyway, I think that's about all I can really say about my channel I have to. Well, yeah, my dad just came in just as I asked you, are you wrapping up? So I got.
Yes.
And he actually said, and I turned off the mic, and then he said she said it's a good time to wrap up.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, Father knows best.
Anyway, I gotta go. So thanks for having me on, Jill.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
Yeah. Night, Dalek.
Yeah.
Bye,
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. And yeah. So there we go.
And then number
and
5.
Everybody remember to subscribe to Dalek 451 for some great open panel streams.
Already have.
Right. Okay. Overkill is underrated, says Darius. And Sort of Poopus Q Burr says, I've learned to stop my live streams before they start. It saves time and confuses the humans.
Spoken like a true bore.
No, I don't know why Sort of Poopus never live streams. He's so funny.
Jill, can I share one little factoid with you before the stream
Please do.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I've probably mentioned the Man from U.N.C.L.E. TV show from the 60s before.
I've heard of it, and it is high on my list.
1964 to 68, if I believe, went for 4 seasons. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know, there is an episode in season 1 that stars William Shatner and also has a lot of scenes with Leonard Nimoy.
Yes, I heard about that. It had a lot of Trek actors.
It's called the Project Strigus Affair. It aired on November 24th of 1964, and it's in black and white, as the first season was.
Right.
But I found a very, very high-quality copy of it online, so perhaps, someday we could watch it in that channel that you have. I could send you a link or something. And
okay, cool.
Yeah, it's really, really good quality. I actually watched it last night just to refresh my memory, and
okay, is it the case where I could just watch that episode without knowing anything about the show, or should I watch some of the episodes before?
Uncle was like a lot of 60s TV. It was basically episodic, so it didn't really have continuing storylines. So you could basically probably watch any episode and enjoy it.
Cool. Yeah. Okay. That's wonderful.
Yeah, it's a good episode. It really is. It's a little bit slow paced, not a lot of action, but the storyline is really good. It's got a really good plot thread going through it, and of course, with Shatner and Nimoy in it, it's like, how can you get bored with that, right? Because every time they're on screen, they're great. So. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Anyway, I'll tell you more tomorrow. I'll tell you. Yeah. I'll give you more details tomorrow when we go on and watch.
Okay. Great.
DS9.
And I also want to thank JPR PH1 and Polyveter Gamer for being here. Great fun. Let's see. Well, I have so many great chatters that keep the chat active and going, and it's just always difficult to get through all of the chat.
It is a pretty long chat. I'm just looking here, man. There's a lot of chat comments. Wow.
Yeah, it really is. and
Well,
it's
Ariane
great. I love it.
Feliciano said take care to me as well as a bunch of
Oh,
other
is he
people.
leaving?
So yeah,
Oh,
take
okay.
care, Ariane.
Or did he say he's leaving? Yeah,
A
because I'm
while
doing that
ago,
Minnesota.
quite a while ago.
Oh, okay. Okay, goodbye and goodbye to Raymond Feliciano. I'll see you later and see you tomorrow. See you later tonight for Doomcock's Friday Night Frolics, and
Yeah,
tomorrow for
I'll probably pop on for a little while.
Yeah, see, and that's another reason why I'm doing the Cosme to show the Deep Space Nine episodes, because every time I want to be on Raymond's show, I'm like, I can't do it because I got to watch my episodes. So this time I get the episodes done with early in the day so that I actually have time for his show.
What time are you going on for Deep Space Nine tomorrow again?
11 a.m.
So that's 9 here. Okay,
Yeah,
that's not too bad.
I'm sorry I keep making you wake up early, but
Yeah, I'm Pacific time. No, that's cool. I should be up by then.
Cosme. It's Cosme.
How do you spell that?
Kosmi.
Ah, okay.
I was just wondering, Jill, like I went on there after we watched those DS9 just to check the website out, and it said you don't necessarily need to sign up for an account to actually use it.
I guess not. I do, just to make it easy.
I'm just wondering how I would actually share something with someone.
I have no
though, 'cause
idea.
I'm a bit of a techno boob that way. I don't really know what I'm doing sometimes.
Well,
but
when you figure it out, let me know.
I could just always pass the link on to you, and then you could stream it that way. So.
That's true too. And the Nerd Pro Lifeform. Thank you for being here, Nerd Pro Lifeform. He was telling me I didn't get to really. I didn't really get to talk about it earlier because we were talking about Star Trek, but he was saying that his retrospective blew up past 1,000K, which is great for one of us, our small channels. 1K views is a lot, and that is true. That's great. And that retrospective was about one of my favorite childhood video games called The Legend of Zelda: The Ocarina of Time.
Oh.
And I played it repeatedly. I play it repeatedly even today. I could even do, maybe a live stream on it myself if I wanted to, but I just play it on mute because Nintendo is a bitch about the music.
That's been on my mind lately, The Legend of Zelda. I not really a gamer, but I'm aware of the ones that were huge, and I know that people dearly love that game.
Oh, yes. The story is great. The characters are wonderful, and the gameplay is phenomenally fun and addictive. And
it's hard for me to comprehend. I know that Robin Williams named his first daughter Zelda because of that game.
And for Captain, they get the time travel right, apparently. I didn't even think about it, but they do.
They do. Wow, praise be. Another goodie.
Yeah, it is. They have a guy with a music box who it's circular somehow. I'll have to get into it with you later about that.
Sounds intriguing.
You hear that, McFarlane? It can be done right.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I never played that game. It sounds like I should.
It is. It's good.
McFarlane, think.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind 90s graphics, that means nothing to me. But
I was probably in college or something by then, so I missed out on all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I was.
Dalek, do the thing.
Sounds like a very cool game.
Isn't he? Damn.
It is.
He does the greatest Biff. Think, McFarlane. Think.
Yes.
I wonder if Orville's going to get renewed for season 4.
Not after that screwy time travel, they ain't. Not
and that's funny that the time travel. It's funny that the time travel in that episode is so bad because that is actually one of my favorite season 3 episodes.
Well, it just goes to show, like Back to the Future, if everything else is good enough, then ultimately it doesn't really matter.
Mm-hmm.
So season 3 is a bit of a dud, it seems like.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to get too much into that on this stream because I wanted to be positive about
Gene. Yeah, sorry, no
time.
I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
That's okay. That's okay.
Let's just say thank you, Gene, for giving us such great delights.
And
forever.
And it did inspire, and I do love the some of the Orville. Yeah, and then Nerdporo was agreeing with whoever was saying DeForest Kelly was on Lieutenant and Police Story.
Oh.
So I remember I did not read that one earlier. And yeah. Yeah, some great stuff in the chat. And we did read that one earlier. Just some bookmarking things.
Yeah, I'd love to see some of that old Shatner stuff from the 50s.
Yeah, right. I want to see eventually I want to see everything that Gene made. Everything Shatner was in or Nemo was in. And go through all the greatness from there.
You're going to
And
be
that's
a
why
busy lady, Jill. You've got a lot of books to read, a lot of movies.
I'm on a mission.
Mission.
You
And-
really are.
Your
And
list
can-
is up to what,
I
about
can-
5,000 things to do now, Jill?
Yeah,
I can recommend Gene's Have Gun Will Travels.
Yeah. Okay, I will.
Have
You've got
Gun
to
Will
see
Travel
Zero
is
Theorem
awesome.
and
And
Life
I-
of Pi. Oh, I mean, it's nothing to do with Star Trek. You've
I was
got
also-
Life of Pi, the ultimate take on the unreliable narrator in
Hmm.
prose form. Please. And then the movie, and then novel again. Anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, Have Gun Will Travel is a thinking man's Western for sure.
And I was inspired by the Phantasmagorium because they're always talking about how they're going to the theater. So I actually went to the theater for the last showing of Top Gun Maverick that my theater was playing.
Ooh.
And I'd never seen the original, so I just
Mhm.
saw Maverick.
Mhm.
And I was afraid I wasn't going to like it, but I loved the hell out of it. It was amazing.
It was good, wasn't it? Oh,
Good.
wow.
Yeah, it was great.
Love the hell out of it.
I haven't
Yeah,
seen
it was
so
great
I've heard-
fun.
It's always been all positive reviews from what I've read, though.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, good teamwork and character building.
wow, that's amazing. So many years after the
Mhm.
first film, like wow.
Yeah, and they made it easy for laymen to understand the aviation, but I think it was all accurate because if you watch all the credits at the end, there are like hundreds of military in the credits. So they
Excellent.
If you pull the stick down, the plane goes up.
That's really cool then that they actually got it right. That's so
Yeah,
many films
I
don't
think
these
they
days.
did. I think they did. They
That's
definitely had
excellent.
plenty of military consultants, and
Well,
some
it
of
had
them
it had a huge box office too, didn't it? It was
Yeah,
one of the
some-
most successful films this year, I believe.
I think so, and I'm
it's
glad I
approaching
saw it.
Titanic, they're saying.
Wow.
Well, there you
Yeah,
go.
it's pretty
Make a good
amazing.
film. Make it as simple. Make a good film that people actually want to pay money to see, and it'll be successful. Jeez.
Yeah,
What
it had a lot of heart.
concept.
It had a lot of heart, and some of the actors actually got to be honorary members of the Navy from their
That's cool.
experience.
Man, I got to see that one of these days. Damn.
Yeah, and so now I got to watch actual Top Gun, so I'm excited for that. Now that I'm a fan of the series.
Volleyball scene.
Ah,
Oh yeah. Well, in the Maverick, they do football on the beach.
Ah.
you can be my wingman anytime. That bullshit. You can be my wingman. Anyway. La la la.
We're almost to the well, we don't do la 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 here. That's your thing. I love Robert Meyer Burnett. I'm not going to parody him, but I will laugh when you do.
Oh no, that was a different. Yeah, sorry, I got different la las. That was a different. That's more like la la la. Change the subject, but no.
It was more.
The opposite. Yeah, I wasn't doing my closing. Anyway, moving on. La la la. I'm doing it again now.
Oh, it was a moving on la la la. I didn't catch the distinction.
Yeah, exactly. I've got to clarify my different la la la.
You're too famous for the other one.
Infamous.
Correct. Oh man, and I was just having fun thanking everybody in the chat. I didn't see Donnie Pearson show up.
Donnie just got here about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, hello Donnie Pearson.
Hey, Donnie.
Hey, Donnie.
Yeah, hey Donnie. Donnie Pearson
Hello, Donnie.
is both an artist, both on paper
Composer.
and in music. No captain, bad captain. Okay. We got another Star Trek birthday today as well. The 70th birthday of Star Trek: The Next Generation's William T. Riker himself, Jonathan Two Takes Frakes.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know it was Johnny.
I didn't know that
Frakes'
either.
birthday.
Hmm.
Okay, doke. I mean, Jonathan Frakes is all right, but I heard that Gene Roddenberry actually wanted Billy Campbell to play Riker, and so that would have been really fun to see the difference in how those two.
But then would we have had a Rocketeer? Because he was so wonderful in that.
Well, he was wonderful as a Rocketeer, but maybe he could have done both. You know. Yeah, he was wonderful in that. I only just saw that recently because of Scotty talking about talking about it, and so I put it at the top of my list and watched it, and I really like that movie. It's a really sweet and wholesome film.
It's a classic.
It really is. It's like the best kind of Disney movie.
Mm-hmm. And it does good service to the comic book too.
And Donnie Pearson goes on, speaking of Star Trek, 6 days more until the 56-year mission in Las Vegas. Speaking of conventions, 1 week more until Power Morphicon. Well, are you going to that? I hope you have fun if you do. The latter is Power Ranger Convention and Super Sentai Convention, says Donnie. And I agree with Darius Munchausen when he says the Ocarina of Time is one of the greatest of all time. Absolutely. And so actually, I haven't actually seen Nerdporial's retrospective yet because I've been saving it for a special occasion. I don't know why I'm saving it, but I want to watch it. And, good. Okay. It's telling me I got to wrap up, but I'm already doing that, so I'm good.
Yeah, boy, this is a long stream today.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's for Gene. All for Gene. Gene is why I'm here. Gene Roddenberry is why I'm here. And, Clobby is why I'm here. Because of Gene.
It's all connected.
It's all
really, Jill, did Clobby lead you to Star Trek? Or were you there
no. I was already into Star Trek a long time ago, but
Star Trek led you to Clobby.
Yeah, Star Trek led me to Clobby. And Clobby
led Jill to streaming.
You to stream?
Yes.
That's cool.
Yes, he invited me to Gene Roddenberry's 100th birthday stream.
Oh, just a year ago then.
Yeah, just a year ago.
And then the rest is history.
And it was the first time I got to see Mark D with the C's magical room museum of Star Trek.
Oh yeah, man, he's got some toys there. Wow.
His magical cave, man. And Alex, like, I thought you were wrapping up. I'm like, yeah, I am. I am wrapping up. This is me wrapping up. It's hard to wrap these shows up.
She's ignoring her alarm, darling. She's gone power mad.
No, I've got some time after the alarm.
It's like rapping and rambling at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Snooze time.
It's like, wait, what were you saying, Pleasant Valley?
It's like wrapping up and rambling at the same time.
Rambling up.
Is it good
rambling up?
Is it good rambling though?
Oh, it's excellent rambling. Very high quality.
Okay, touching all the bases, tying all the knots.
Saying thank you to all the guests in the chat.
And if there's anybody I missed, thank you for being here too. I don't know if I missed anybody, and also thank you to all of the lurkers and anybody who watches this on the replay and actually gets to the end. You get to get thanked. Thank you for being here.
Yes, hit the re-rubbers.
Yeah.
Oh, can I say one last thing before I shut up for the rest of this stream?
Go ahead. You don't have to shut up. But go ahead.
I just wanted to mention there's a band called Fingerprints from like the late 70s, and they're spelled like fingerprints, but instead of an S at the end, it's like a Z or a Z, whichever way you pronounce it. And they were actually a Scottish new wave band. And their first album is called The Very Dab, D-A-B. And the last song on the track list on the album is a song called Beam Me Up, Scotty.
Oh, cool.
And it's quite fun.
And the name of that band was what?
Fingerprints with a Z or a Z at the end instead of an S.
Okay, and Beam Me Up, Scotty. Oh, yeah, the one thing
I think it's on YouTube, so. But it's a cool song. It's like, beam me up, beam me up, beam me up, Scotty. It's really a fun song. But I mean, I'm doing a shitty job of singing it.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me. The band that played at the convention, the 50th anniversary convention, was led by Gary Graham, the Vulcan from Enterprise. And it was called the Sons of Kirk. And they played really great music the whole time. Yeah, right?
Yeah, there's been funny. A few things inspired by Star Trek musically. So anyway, if you can find that song, check it out because it's a really good song.
Ed, Pop Culture Curator wants to know, did you guys mention Roddenberry Spectre? No, I'm sorry, I didn't mention that pilot. Clobber Times mentioned it last night, but I don't know anything about it. Except what Clobby said, but I guess I forgot. But Donnie Pearson knows about it. He says, Spectre, I have seen that movie on what is now known as FXM.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that at all.
Anti-derivative Jill, it's known as Minnesota Goodbye. Well, we do that here in South Texas, too. No, our goodbyes are pretty long here. And Nemesis of Eden, welcome to the chat. We're about wrapping up here, but thank you for joining us here at the end.
Apparently.
And yeah, I am. I promise I am. Tiger Stripes, you got anything you want to share or any closing words?
Just happy to be here. Thanks for having me. Happy birthday, Jean.
Yes, happy birthday, Jean. And Captain Time Lord Spock, anything you want to leave off with?
There'll be a comic book coming eventually. So look at imagine me doing a comic. What's that going to be like? Wow, the mind boggles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Drawing or writing?
Writing, maybe
Cool.
writing, possibly drawing, but definitely writing.
Mm-hmm. Writing it, and you're also collaborating on it with Dillard.
Dillard so far done the cover. He's a very busy young man, but we'll see. Maybe we'll get him doing some interior pages too.
Mhm.
Oh yes.
Yeah, and you also have a channel where you talk about stuff.
Yep, talk about stuff all the time. Time
Oh,
travel, parallel
theories.
universes, replicants, cyborgs, skin jobs, toasters, you name it.
The
Anything
unreliable
goes.
narrator, Quentin Tarantino.
The unreliable. This week, shared universes, nested universes, unreliable narrators, transmedia canonical verisimilitude, narratives verisimilitude, historical verisimilitude. I'm not even kidding. I mean, in a Tarantino movie, what's happening? A guy goes into a cinema, he's watching a movie of a movie, he mishears something. What are you hearing? Is it what's in his head? Is it a reality? I don't know. Do you know? Does Tarantino know? Does anyone know? I don't know.
I think only Tarantino knows, and
I
then
think
you have to
you're right.
ask him later.
I'm afraid to. Because it's fun, Janet. But yeah, thank you, Jill.
Yeah,
But basically, as long as we
because
have
it's
fun,
fun.
discussing these things, drilling down until there's nothing left to analyse, then it's all good.
That is his philosophy, because it's
All the way down.
Mm-hmm. And PvP, got anything you want to share? Oops, I'm hiding
Just
you.
the usual. I'm still updating my music channel lists, my playlists all the time. I actually added a very excellent. If anybody's familiar with the band AC/DC,
Yeah, of course.
I found a really great video from I think it was 1977. It's not a long concert video. It's about 40 minutes, but it's very, very high quality. Whoever uploaded it did an upgrade on it, and it looks so good. It could have been filmed like a week ago.
Oh.
And they're playing a lot of their early songs with Bon Scott in his prime before he sadly passed away, in 1980. And yeah, it's awesome. I always loved AC/DC back in the 70s. They were a great band back then, and when Bon passed away, for me, AC/DC passed away as well. So yeah, check that one out. And let's see, nothing much else. Just one thing. The Fingerprints album I mentioned is actually entirely available on YouTube. If you want to type it into the search engine, it is available. So
Cool.
anyway, that's about it, I guess. nothing too phenomenal.
Oh, and Donnie Pearson wants to share his latest YouTube upload, which is right there. So if anybody wants to check that out, they can do so. Cool. And Nemesis wants everybody to be doing well. And Snarpoopa says, welcome to Wrap Up, the next generation. Right, because we're getting new people in the chat as I'm wrapping up.
Yeah, by the time this wraps up, there will be next generation.
Darius says, infinite fractal deep dives into specific cinematic narrative and character questions. Good description.
There you go.
I'm totally
That's
confused
brilliant.
by that.
That's a brilliant description for Captain Time Lord.
That's perfect. I'm screenshotting
My
that.
goodness me.
Yeah,
you
no,
need
that's
to
beautiful.
make that your slogan.
It's too
Cap.
complicated for my brain.
There's
good.
a T-shirt right there.
I
Mhm.
think so. In a big
It's too
spiral.
complicated for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Spiral
that
word.
T-shirt would confuse
Boom,
99% of the population.
If
for
anybody
sure.
can read that, go to Captain Time Lord's Box channel. You'll have a blast.
We'll see if we can correlate any meanings to those words.
It's very meaningful to me. It's great because in a fractal,
Rock and
the
roll.
more you zoom in, the more you see the same thing, and the more you zoom in, the more you see the same thing, and so
yes.
you see patterns, and that's what you do.
It's totally
Pattern
fractal, man.
Dalek likes AC/DC. And Lenron said, had a cool AC/DC tribute band play at MGC years ago. I was neat hearing the Brian Jones's songs in the Ben Scott vocal style.
I keep remembering that little clip out of Spider-Man: Far From Home, where Happy puts on Back in Black and Spider-Man says, "Oh, cool! I love Led Zeppelin."
Oh, jeez. Oh, shin kicks.
I like it because it's confusing all the kids.
If you want shins kick emojis, go to Clobberin Times channel and subscribe as a member, and you get shin kick emojis.
I bet there'll be shin kicks tomorrow night.
Well, Bird of Prey 5, thank you for being here
to
talk about Gene, celebrate, and thank you. And what do you want to say about your channel? What's going on?
I'm trying to get out more videos, although I haven't been doing a great job of it lately.
But you're really good at being you have your scheduled stuff that you do.
Yeah, we do streaming Mondays and Fridays. The big ones is Bed Life, 4 p.m. Eastern, so about a half hour from now I'm going to be going live. I hope to see anybody over there who likes. Yeah. We'd be talking a little bit more about Gene Roddenberry since it's his birthday. And then I'll be doing the things I normally do.
Yeah, do you still play Wordle?
And Wordle, and maybe Mom will pray I'll have something to say. I don't know that.
Oh yeah.
I'll be honest. Ever since I heard today at this stream about Spock and some perfectly legal substance, I've been thinking in my head about a story that would involve them. And maybe Captain Kirk will come in, and maybe I'll have something to say with that.
Oh, save it
I'll
for your
save
stream.
it. Yeah.
Save it. Oh my God,
so I'm going to put in a link to that stream at 4:00 if anybody's interested.
Yes, please.
And,
after this stream, head over to Bird of Prey 5's channel. I'll raid on Bird of Prey 5 if you can.
Thank you for inviting me today. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you for being here. You're the first. You're one. Yeah, I thought about you for that, and I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And you still have your Twilight Zone on Sunday.
Oh yeah, Sundays. We still have a couple weeks left of Twilight Zone. Well, then we'll go to the 1980s. We're still on classic Twilight Zone for a couple weeks. And Wednesdays we still have a couple more episodes of Deep Space Nine.
Right. I've been missing those and being disappointed I'm missing them. I'm sorry. Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, it goes on. Life goes on.
Life goes on. I know.
They'll be there.
Coming back is messing me up. Yeah. Yeah. Right. I can always replay them. It'll be like a DVD commentary, but
That's a good comment. AC/DC does definitely not sound like Led Zeppelin.
Well, that's part of the joke. That the kids can't tell the difference.
Sad.
Not just kids.
But funny.
I couldn't either, probably.
So I want to thank everybody for being here to celebrate Gene Roddenberry. I don't know if this will be a tradition, but at least in this moment, it was a great time.
Well, thank you for inviting us.
Yeah,
much appreciated.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And we'll see you next time.
Yep, we will see you soon. Thanks, guys.
Live long and prosper.
Fun with all of you here.
Yeah. And
is that it?
Well, I wanted to find something to play us out with, and I didn't.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
How about this thought? I don't know if you want, but 101 years old. Gene's been gone 31 years, something like that. Does anybody think in any future scenario you could possibly imagine, anybody is going to be celebrating Alex Kurtzman's 101st birthday.
I wouldn't celebrate his next birthday.
Right, I was going to say nobody's celebrating his birthday now. So yeah,
Exactly.
I'm not trying to be mean.
No,
Just
no,
reality.
absolutely.
It's not going to
it's
happen.
real.
Yeah, it's
No.
not ever
And
going to happen.
who
Let's
we do remember,
that.
we remember the ones who did, more or less respect Gene's legacy, like the other creators of Star Trek, Ira Stephen Bear, Ronald D. Moore, and Brandon Braga. And we're not going to remember them as much as we remember Gene, but at least we'll remember them.
Yeah, at least they made an effort to
Mhm.
stay somewhat true to the legacy. Unlike Roddenberry, who sold it out.
As we will celebrate his disappearance. Oh, man.
Yeah, and the next TOS episode I'll be showing is Where No Man Has Gone Before. This is an update. I said it was going to be the Man Trap, but it's going to be the next pilot. It makes more sense.
That does make more sense, actually.
Yeah, I know. I don't know what I was thinking when I said Man Trap because of the production order, but that's nonsense. We're gonna do Gary Mitchell.
Makes sense.
So I'll play that. I'll share my screen in a second here and play that that promo for the next TOS episode I'll be showing on Tuesday. And I'm getting it queued up here for just a moment, so bear with me. And I'll share my screen. And I'll share my audio, make sure the audio is playing. And thank you everyone for being here. Everybody have a wonderful day. Happy 101st birthday to Gene Roddenberry. Head over to Berto Pray 5's channel to continue the celebration of his life and have other Berto Pray 5 fun.
Thanks for having us, Jill. It was awesome.
You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Captain's log, stardate 1312.4. The next mission of the Enterprise takes us into an unknown force field, which affects the destiny of my closest friend.
I understand you least of all. Gary told me that you've been friends since he joined the service, that you asked for him aboard your first command.
It is my duty, whether pleasant or unpleasant, to listen to the reports, observations, even speculations on any subject that might affect the safety of this vessel.
It's like a man who has been blind all of his life, suddenly being given sight. Sometimes I feel there's nothing I couldn't do in time. Some people think that makes me a monster, don't they, Jim?
What would you do in my place?
Kill me.